to another crazy, chaotic adventure of the. I guess we're calling it Gravendale for right now. I don't know if there's going to be a different name eventually for this little story arc.
No, it's Gravendale. Just Gravendale.
Fuck Pants
Where
Crew.
last we left off.
Fuck Pants Crew. Nope.
I'm here for that.
I totally missed it.
It's okay. Just move on. Keep talking.
Fair enough. Our party had crossed the Southern Ocean and arrived in the Badlands in the cliffside town of Oddity. And we're introduced to a variety of interesting individuals. And ultimately had a little sit down with the founder of the town, a lizard folk gentleman by the name of Eddie. But you had made mention of your search for several missing persons that various members of this party have been searching for. And Eddie ultimately had suggested to have you go speak to the current undertaker of the town, a person referred to only as Des.
D-E-S, Des?
Yeah, with two S's, why not?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Aw, River Pup.
That neighbor dog is out and I want to cut her.
Calm thy puppy nerves. You're alright. It's all good. Yeah, you're a good girl. Relax. It's all right.
I am a good girl when I want to cut the neighbor dog.
Well, no, she probably wants to play with the neighbor dog. The neighbor dog wants to cut her.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I want to get cut by the neighbor dog.
The neighbor dog. Well, the neighbor dog's Aussie Shepherd wants to. Yeah. I digress. So, with where you were kind of sitting at, it sounded like that was potentially an area to explore or pursue. Admittedly, Captain Giuseppe of the Belladonna had also invited you for some drinks at a later time, and now that you are all safely in the port of Oddity, and yeah, so I don't know, that was kind of a quick summary, but what would you all like to do?
I think we were fully on our way to go talk to Des.
Okay. So, and as a brief reminder, Oddity is sort of this town sort of built, different structures built onto the side of this sort of enclosed sort of cliff face that is kind of a protected cove, making it an okay seaport, for lack of a better term. Think very much like the, in terms of access to the ocean, kind of like Tailspin, where, you know, there's kind of a thin cliff face that opens up into a larger area. However, so you make your way up to the top of the cliff. As they said, the Undertaker was at the surface level. You do see, as you travel through, that while the veneer that you've seen so far of civility, there is, I mean, some, for the most part, like most people don't mess with each other, but you do see every once in a while, like if there is a fight that breaks out, like as you're going up the kind of the zigzag of walkways and rope bridges and whatever that connects to the different portions as you lead your way up. You do see like a body falls past you from some sort of fight or skirmish. So it's civilized, like a well-tamed frontier town, I would say, but not necessarily to say that it's civilized compared to what you're maybe used to in Solanel. As a comparison,
I catch it.
go ahead and make a we'll call it a dexterity save.
The body?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, is it dead or are they like gonna
It's
die?
falling. We have no idea.
Yeah, so I mean, try to save them.
17 on my dex.
Okay. And tell you what, go ahead and make an athletics roll as well.
Okay.
Because with a 17, that's pretty good. You reach out and and are able to kind of grasp at the body.
26.
And with the 26, you're definitely able to hold on to said body and cause them not to fall to their doom.
So I'll kind of let it, like, I'm not going to just stop it cold. I'm going to kind of let momentum and slow it down and then pull them in. Are they dead? Are they alive?
No, they definitely are alive. They are definitely injured. Like, it looks like they got the crap kind of beat out of them. Like, you see several bruises and kind of blood from the nose and the mouth.
I kind of pull them onto the ground. I kind of set them on their feet. Are they like wobbly or like what?
River is very talkative today.
River is extremely talkative today.
Huskies have no chill. She wants to play.
I'm sorry about that. It's hard to hear you guys over the sound of my dog going batshit.
Yeah, it's all good.
So what was the last part you were saying?
So yeah, I pull them onto the ground, kind of check, make sure they're conscious and alive, and then set them on their feet. Are they like wobbly, or are they kind of like okay?
I mean, they're conscious. They're probably a bit wobbly because they were expecting to die, and does look a little bit fearful when you kind of set them down on the pathway that you're on. You're much taller than the person. I suppose then I should pick a race or something for that.
I mean, honestly, where this could end is Kai puts a hand on their shoulder and says in his deep, sonorous voice, "Take this as an opportunity to make better life choices." Pats him on the shoulder and then walks off.
Okay. So we'll say we'll say the orc youth, who, maybe like teenager-ish age, just kind of shakes, nods and just kind of sits there and watches as you guys kind of stroll by. And actually, you see as you guys kind of pass Ludema, the orc actually says in orc. I don't know if anyone else can understand it. It's like, who are you?
I respond back in Orcish and it's like, we're travelers and visitors. It's okay.
Do you need a guide, or I can help with your carrying your things, or you saved me.
Kai just kind of looks over
I
at Ludema with an
translate
arched brow.
for the rest of the party and go, not a bad idea.
Kai
Let 'em
shrugs,
die.
pulls out a common healing potion, tosses it to the kid. What's your name?
Kind of. I mean, he holds it. Doesn't really know.
I tell him in orc, it's a healing potion. Please go ahead and drink that.
14 of it. For his insight. So he pops the cap off and kind of sniffs it, then
I rolled.
drinks it. You see the bruises start to kind of.
I rolled 6 to heal on that. So
That's fair. So he's looking a lot better. Like, I mean, he's still got blood and his clothing are a little torn or whatnot, but
Prestidigitation.
okay, then he's clean.
Still torn, but clean.
Still torn.
Ludema just mending.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, you see his eyes just kind of go wide as the Sural and the Dama just kind of cast some magics and like he heals, he gets clean. He's like his hair is combed. Doesn't even know how that happened because he doesn't own one. And then like
Prestidigitation is a wonderful spell. That's all I'm saying.
and then like his clothes are all sort of mended, and you just kind of.
Do you speak common, young man?
Little.
I am Kai. This is Saral, Ludema, Fuelon, Tink, and Ekrus. If you're going to help, we would appreciate it.
Yeah. Where do you want to go? Where I will help. I will help.
We need your name.
I'm Cross.
Hello, Cress.
Crust. Okay.
And Crust, why were you thrown from the cliff? If someone could translate, because I don't speak Orcish.
Okay, I translate.
So in Orc, he's like, I got caught by one of the local gangs. Kind of poaching in their territory. They kind of control the upper. Well, control. They tend to stop people from. They kind of control the market. The big
Very
market,
well.
the
And then,
Then- You translate?
yeah.
Very well. Then, in exchange for your assistance in guiding us through Oddity, we will make certain that no harm befalls you while you are in our company.
I'm your servant.
No. I will pay you.
Servants do get paid too.
Shh. You know what? Just give me my moment here, will ya?
Okay. Where do you want to go? I'd be happy to take you anywhere. I can take
We-
you to the
Are going to see Des, the Undertaker.
Are you sure there's not anywhere else I could take you?
I ask why he's so afraid of seeing Des.
The Undertaker is creepy.
Fair, but he has information that we may need.
You have saved my life. I will assist you and bring you here. Just please don't give my head to him.
You can hide behind me. We're not giving you over.
Okay.
Does he take heads randomly?
No. He takes the heads of all of those who perish in the area. The Undertaker. Yes. Let me. I'll show you the way. I'll bring you there. It's best to maybe bring you.
Eckers is not comforted by this answer and kind of glances sideways at whoever's next to him.
Yeah, Lorraine is like, okay, this kid's not dead, but come on. I know Undertakers are creepy, but they shouldn't be terrifying.
Maybe big bad scary rumors to get them people to leave them alone?
I mean, as long as they only take the heads of the deceased, then as long as we stay alive, we are fine.
That's both philosophical and morbid.
That seems to be the way our general milieu runs, Zeral.
So with that being said, he does lead you up, and when you get to the top of the cliff face, you do see there is kind of your more traditional town layout kind of up above, but you see most of it is kind of a large marketplace. Although you do see some different taverns and whatnot for you get kind of a sense that up top here is sort of where the different trade and caravans from the Badlands comes to here to trade, as opposed to the stuff in port coming in from the ships. And so there is a little bit more uniformity with some of the buildings compared to what you've seen kind of built on the cliff sides. That being said, it is kind of a vibrant, chaotic mess of different people and creatures and all sorts of things, much like the rest of Oddity that you've seen thus far. And you see Crust definitely kind of steers you around the kind of the outer edge of the market, but heads off towards an area that looks to be fairly uninhabited, where you do see kind of a stone, kind of fenced in with this kind of cobbled stone wall. You see on a slight, the whole area is kind of on a slight mound or hill a little bit, but it's fairly large as far as the area, like maybe roughly about 50 yards-ish, so roughly half a football field if you wanted to give it a diameter measurement. But you see there are several gravestones, some that are made out of stone, some that are, you see some that are like wooden posts in the ground with a sign. You see several, most of the gravestones have different, have like moss growing on it, or it doesn't look like it's super well cared for. In fact, you see some of these graves look like they have either used broken headstones as another headstone or what have you. So it's not like the greatest of care, but and sort of in the center of this area, you see this very dilapidated old stone tower. Maybe about, well, it looks like in its heyday it may have been like more than 40 feet tall, but right now it's in its disheveled and partly crumbled state. It's probably more like 20 feet-ish, give or take. It definitely looks pretty beat up. And you do, but there is a, you see there's a wooden door on it with a kind of a banded iron sort of frame to it, and sure enough, you do see sort of hanging off of a kind of a post sticking out. You see sign painted in very faded black letters. You see Undertaker.
I will approach the wooden door, and I will kind of glance back at everybody momentarily, and then I will knock.
Okay. And you see, you hear this kind of high-pitched, sort of grizzled voice, like, "Yes."
Am I speaking to Des the Undertaker?
Oh, is another one died already?
No, I have need to speak with one of your charges.
There's only dead people here.
That's pretty much my point.
And you hear a little kind of scrabbling or clatter of, you're guessing like maybe a lock or something being undone. But you see the door kind of doesn't get like pulled open so much as it just kind of slowly creeps open, creaking on its hinges. And you see the creature before you. Best way I can describe it is that if you took this humanoid individual is got very kind of a reddish, pinkish sort of blotchy skin. Looks like has these leathery bat-like wings. Looks very much like if you took well, the first thing that comes to mind is like an emaciated gargoyle. If you were to give it a description, except not stony looking skin, but actually like flesh, more flesh-based sort of skin. Has kind of a slightly oblong skull that kind of goes back, kind of further back a little bit, has these creepy pointed ears. For those of you who have some knowledge arcana, you can definitely roll if you like.
Got a 13.
I got a 5.
Would religion be a substitute in any way, shape, or form for that? If not, that's okay. It's just I don't have Arcana. I just have religion.
I got a 12.
I would say go ahead with religion, but I'm probably going to say the DC is going to be a little bit higher.
I had
That's
a
all right.
9.
All
I had a
right.
19, Brian.
So,
Sorry, I had a 18.
Okay. So, I'd say for both Ekris and Kai, you don't get a whole lot from it because it's kind of seems like a fairly random thing, but the creature standing before you, if you recall, they're quite common to the astral plane primarily, but they're referred to as a burbalang.
Hmm. Say it one more time.
A burbalang.
A burbalang. For note-taking purposes.
B-A-L-A-N-G.
So as they open the door and peer up at us, Kai just kind of looks down. Does he say anything, or does he just wait?
Just kind of looks at your motley crew of individuals.
You wish to speak to someone who has passed on. Shuffle loose this mortal coin.
Yes. We were given to understand that you had this capability.
Do they owe you money?
No. No. They know the location of a group of slavers that we are attempting to put to rest.
Oh. You're slave hunters, eh? Bounty hunters?
Only one of us. The rest of us are just in it for doing a little bit of good.
Very well. Come in. Don't touch my thing.
You see, kind of turns around and kind of.
I have to check something real quick. Give me a second. Yeah. Kai does not possess the charismatic aplomb to not say, I don't think that'll be a problem.
As you enter in, and granted the room is not lit, so pretty much the only light you're getting is kind of what creeps through the different cracks and crevices of the roof, or what makes up the roof, as well as what light is spilling through the door. So it takes a little bit of a moment for your eyes to adjust as you enter in, but when you do, you see that the interior of this tower, there is looks like 2 or 3 tables set up in the center of the tower, one of which has what looks like a stack of smaller books plus a very large tome that is on a little bit of a stand, so it lays open, but kind of at an angle for easy reading. And you see there are several implements, cutting implements of the more, for lack of a better term, of the medical variety, if you want to give it such a thing. You see the 2 tables next to it are kind of stained brown, have this brownish stain, and pretty much all over them, and you, judging by the smell, because it does reek of dead bodies in here. This is probably where if they were to do any sort of, well, this is where he preps the bodies for whatever. But in and of itself, yes, I know. In and of itself, that isn't even the most disturbing feature of this room. As you see, lined on the walls, shelf after shelf after shelf of different glass jars and jugs with a head of a humanoid creature. Some look like they're preserved in some sort of alchemical mixture. Some are not and are rotting. There are some that even looks like they've been sort of prepared or mummified in certain ways. But you see the walls are just full of these different jars of beings' heads. And in fact, even hanging from the ceiling, you see some of these kind of the prepared in sort of like the shrunken head fashion. You see several that are hanging from their hair, like almost like a macabre wind chime, for lack of a better term.
As we step in and see this, Kai, as he's probably the first one in the room, stops momentarily, turns to look at Kruss.
Yeah,
and says,
Kruss is terrified and is actually standing about 10 feet away from the entrance to the tower.
Kruss, you should wait outside and alert us to anybody's approach. Okay. Continue inside.
When Sorrel reaches wherever the hell she's gonna stand, I'm going to spend a spell point to cast Prestidigitation with Subtle Spell, so she doesn't look like she's doing shit, on the square foot that she's standing on. Not standing on that shit.
I love this.
It's 1 cubic foot, so like the whole like area that she is standing in.
And you do see
Here
this,
for it.
and you do see this creature is fairly they are wearing like a leather, what looks to be sort of like a leather apron, which has a bunch of little pockets where it's carrying some of these tools and stuff. Like, it doesn't necessarily look like it's too almost a little bit more of like a utility belt, but otherwise it's that's pretty much all it's really clad in. It doesn't seem to really give a shit about clothing as far as that matters, or what have you. You see it kind of, and it's about the size of like Tink or Ludema, so it is like medium sized. But you see it kind of stretches out its wings for a moment, and then kind of settles in.
So you're hunting slavers?
Yes. With the blessing of Eddie.
Well, of course. Eddie hates slavers.
Understandably so. There was an execution sometime. He says the specific time. Adam doesn't remember.
It was like maybe a week before you guys arrived.
Okay.
For Kate.
Gotcha. There was an execution of a goblin about a week ago. We are given to understand that he may have some information that will be useful to our investigation. We were also given to understand that you had the capability of speaking with the dead.
I do.
We would very much like the opportunity to question this individual in whatever capacity that looks like, such that we might glean the information we need.
And what's in it for me?
The head of every Barghast we kill.
That's slavers, so yeah.
I already have slavers.
How many Barghast heads do you have?
Why are we asking him that? I don't want to know.
I admit I don't have any currently.
We are offering to fix that for you.
How many Bargus heads
At present, none. But when we're done with the slavers, I imagine we'll have at least one. And I'm guessing probably upwards of 3.
I require payment up front. However, perhaps there is something else. My currency is different than most.
I could
Yes.
clean your shop so that you could see your heads better. There's a lot of goop between them, so I feel like at least the floor.
I can see my collection just fine.
Okay, just thought it was an offer. That's fine if that's not your thing.
Maybe gold? Come over here, gold.
What currency do you deal in?
My kind has an unquenchable thirst for secrets, and this world of yours has many. Since you do not have the heads to offer as trade, I require some secrets.
I have a secret.
Then perhaps we should discuss, little one.
It's a secret. It means only you and I have to
Of course. And then looks at the rest of you and
Kai looks down at Saral. You okay?
talk. I'm fine.
Should we not move too far?
Kai he fully turns and walks out.
Ekris will follow.
I think Jama kind of hovers by the door in case.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tink probably stays by the door.
Quaylen kind of follows after, but like he takes a couple of steps, then turns around and looks back at Saral.
Fuck pants, I'm
Takes
fine.
another couple steps, turns around, takes a couple more steps away, turns back. Like, you sure you want to do this?
I think you
turn
need
it.
to add that to your list of things to
Oh, already doing it.
Try to give you
Oh.
ways to help Tink express themselves.
Because that is a flippable memory.
I do have to. Well, it is, and I probably go back and do that at some point. I do have to ask, how long do you retain the mimicry? Like, is it just part of your vernacular now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's important to know.
I mean, they don't really give any specifics, other than to say that that's really the only way they can communicate.
Okay.
So I mean, like, I imagine over a lifetime you'll probably forget phrases if you don't use them a lot, but those that are more ingrained you probably use over and over.
Yeah. It's honestly, I was asking more for like Phoenix's internal consistency, what their rules were, but yeah, that's cool.
Now,
Here for it.
disturbingly, if you took the one feat or whatever that allows you to have like an eidetic memory, like then that's just chaos.
Yeah.
You just every word, it's a different voice.
No, it's very much he like uses the ones he's heard more recently,
Sure.
more frequently,
Okay.
but like the ones from his past that he heard repeatedly, or like if he got a particularly good reaction when using something, he's gonna
Use it again.
He's gonna retain that more. Yeah.
Since we're digressed for the moment, Bryan, Fenrir, dark fur, yeah?
Yeah, kind of a
Okay.
darker, blackish grayish fur. Like not quite full black, not quite full gray, but kind of that mix.
I'm looking for a picture that I can put up on the stream, at least temporarily, so that the people watching knows that he's with us.
Fair enough.
Suppose he's here too, like, to figure out this nasty shit.
Well, in Fenrir, it just kind of didn't even necessarily go in the graveyard area. Just kind of laid down by the gate. And is just kind of bored. Because this is so not his cup of tea.
Nope.
At any rate, so you see the desk heads over to the one table that is not covered in all sorts of old blood stains, and proceeds to kind of flip a page in the large tome that he has sitting on that stand, and then pulls together a like an ink and quill. And it's definitely more of you're guessing maybe a blood-based ink, for lack of a better term, but...
What is your name, little one?
That's Sorrel, but what do you just collect secrets? Or do you, like, sell them for things? Or is it just your own funsies?
Why would I sell secrets?
I don't know.
Knowledge is power.
So you just like yourself being very powerful with all the secrets?
There are so many secrets to this world, little one.
And this is just one world.
Did you know that all the gods in this world at one point died?
Yeah, I did.
But did you know their corpses never went to the astral like they should? But they stayed here.
Honestly, I'm not sure if I knew that or not. I'd have to really search my memory on that one.
So, what is your secret?
So I just want you to guess. How old do you think I am? It gets to the secret, I promise. This is like not just a weird ass guessing game.
With the Fae, could be the length of a whisper or the age of a mountain, for all I know.
Oh, valid point. Okay, have you ever seen a flurry before? That's what I am.
The flurry.
The wings and the mane, the size and the magic and the thing. Me.
It starts writing down. Writes down a brief description and then takes a moment and then makes kind of a, not the greatest drawing, but like a kind of a basic sort of form of kind of what you look like.
There's not very many of us. I'm not even sure where to find all of us sometimes.
Honestly, I thought you were a sprite.
I'm not. I'm a completely different species.
Well,
Most people just kind of assume sprite or some weird magic hybrid thing. They don't know unless they talk about it.
How many years are you?
I think, I'll be honest, I did stop counting at some point because I realized it didn't matter anymore. I'm somewhere around like 12,000 years old. My friends don't know that. Well, okay, the big one who was talking to you knows, but the rest of them don't know that.
The big one seemed different. I've seen giants before, but not quite like him.
He is just different, but those are his secrets to tell, not my secrets to tell.
Very well.
I used to hang out with gods.
You know of the gods.
Not just this plane, other planes too. I used to plane jump.
Interesting. I feel we have much to discuss.
and just kind of segue so we don't spend the whole time doing this.
Oh my god. She's not gonna tell, like, everything, but she's just gonna tell a few, like, interesting stories. And she's gonna talk about ice cream. Because she's been in the modern, real human, like, world, like, D20 modern, one time. So she's gonna talk about ice cream and the amazingness that it is. And that it comes in so many different flavors.
I had utterly forgotten that.
Oh yeah, no. She knows about cars and like all this kind of shit.
For the rest of you,
She doesn't talk about cars, just ice cream.
Priorities.
probably for the next several hours, because admittedly, when Sorrel starts going, time flies.
God, after like
She's
10
not gonna
minutes,
give anything like that she thinks could possibly like.
It's well over. Those that are standing near the door, and granted, for Ekris and Tink and Foylin, you've only known Sorrel now for about a little over a month now due to your sea travels. But you do know that when Sorrel starts going on gets in the zone of something, Sorrel will go on forever. And you know this is one of those times. So after about 10 minutes, like you say, you kind of get the sense of like, oh, right, okay. Is being able to sort of recognize that.
So you're gonna do the thing now, right?
So
Like I
after
asked for?
so after several hours and several pages and probably 2 bottles of ink.
and probably several instances of Fuelon checking in, like, "Are you still okay in there?"
Yes, she's fine. Tell me more about the foe.
It's like,
Yeah, the stuff that like makes no sense. She tends to center on that stuff because she knows it ain't gonna be able to be used for anything, but it's insanely interesting.
absolutely. But after all is said and done, you see Des put the quill away and kind of crack the knuckles a little bit. It's like, oh.
Yes, well, I agree that we have come to delightful terms. I've learned much and would like to speak with you again, should you be interested. You have much I can learn from. That being
Glad you
said,
like my stories.
you wished to speak to the slavers that were captured.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Kai for that business. He seemed to know what we were gonna ask. Kai! She flounces out.
I
Your turn!
Come in now.
I imagine Kai after, like, as soon as he got outside, basically just walked over to Fenrir, leaned up against him, and 100% just fell asleep.
Sure.
Fuelon probably got very restless at some point, became full wolf, and probably like dug a hole or two somewhere. 'Cause he
Are you done talking yet?
Like he's gonna do the thing now. So, Kai, it's your turn.
Oh, he kind of gets up and he stretches, and
You
it's
see the Gravendale
creepy
does kind of
sketchy
fly up and kind of hovers for a second and kind of searches the shelves and then grabs a bottle, a smaller bottle or jug that has a looks like a dead goblin's head on it. And Fuelin, I'd say go ahead and make a perception roll.
Okie dokie.
Bad kitty.
Would this be based
He's
on
needing the blanket.
smell?
You know what? Sure, yeah.
Excellent.
Although, well, I'll say, yeah, no, yeah, I'll let it, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That will be 19.
Okay. Now, granted, the stench of death is strong in this place. Because it's not like there's a whole lot of embalming fluids or whatnot here. So it's mostly corpses and decay, but you do get the... You do recognize the scent as the jar is kind of brought forth and set on the table where the books and other implements and stuff are. And you realize that this particular goblin head has the distinct smell of the bounty that you had only gotten out of your grasp a few times, but that you'd gotten close enough to kind of, you with your bounty hunteriness, to kind of track and stay abreast of. And you recognize it is, or at least the smell is unmistakable as, oh shoot, what's his name? Where's your sheet? I had
So,
it
but
just
this-
here a moment ago.
But I'm pretty sure this is the head of the bounty that I was tracking.
Yes, Raggle Ankle Twister, who is a goblin, like you see a small goblin head in the jar.
Hmm.
Very much
Well, that's
dead, but
it's going to make it very hard to claim the bounty then.
Do you need him alive?
I mean the bounty was dead or alive. You just need to bring proof. Although, granted, the bounty is back in Soul now.
Right. But I can't just bring back his head, because this guy owns it now. I suppose I got the bag of holding if I could find his body.
I will glance over at Des as he presents the head. How does this work? Is there a number of questions? Is it a conversation? What is the... Oh, I'm channeling a completely different character right now. How does this work? Is it a number of questions? Is it different... How does this work?
You choose what questions you wish to ask, and I will ask our friend here, and the friend will answer. I cannot guarantee they will be truthful answers. And the little one may be wily and try to obfuscate its meanings.
Will we be able to hear his answers, or are you only able to hear him?
That is a great question, Brad.
I will consult my tomes.
I'll consult the tome. That's right.
Oh, you have a buddy.
I do. I stole him. He was not pleased. I'm forcing him to endure my love.
Yes, but of the two, he's the one you can steal and not get, ripped to pieces.
My face ripped off.
Yeah.
No face ripping.
Yes, you should be able to hear it. However, it may not answer in a language you understand.
Do you speak Goblin?
Do I?
Yes.
Not a lick.
I'll kind of glance at the... Actually, Ekris. Ekris, you
Actually-
speak...
Actually, and you see he giggles at that a little bit. It's like, no, I know it.
Okay.
So I'm not needed for this.
Well, no. Do you
I mean,
speak
you
Goblin?
can ask questions.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell me the questions to ask, and I'll do my best. I have never talked to a deadhead before.
Well, I think that you're going to be translating the answers.
Okay. Well, great.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Who would like to start first?
Well, and I guess for clarification, and we can drop this in game because Kai would ask these questions. But is there? I don't know how Speak with Dead works in this game. Is it multiple questions? Is there a limited number of questions? Can we ask in real time, or do we have to ask everything first?
So, the Burbalang can ultimately ask as many questions as it wants because it can basically cast Speak with Dead at will.
Shit.
Wow.
That's awesome.
So there's not really a limit.
And we can ask in real time, like if we could respond to questions as they're answered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a commune or something where it's like you prep your questions and then you may get answers. Blah blah. No, I mean it just.
That's what I wanted to know. So I guess first question is, getting straight to the point. Where is their headquarters located?
Ooh, maybe on this continent. Where on this continent?
Where in the Badlands is their headquarters located?
And you see, kind of reaches in and pulls out the goblin head, and then kind of puts it up to its brings the goblin's head by the kind of the ear up to his lips and starts to whisper, and then kind of holds the head and you see the goblin's kind of creepy, sort of pale, kind of dried out husk of head just kind of
Where are the leaders of the organization located in the Badlands? Where's the location of the closest headquarters to the town of Oddity? Where nearby? If anybody else has any questions too, feel free to jump in. I could probably keep going, but if you have any thoughts, jump in.
And when you try to clarify, it continues to say nearby and doesn't kind of give you more than that.
Yeah.
And you see Guest looks over and goes, they do not have to be cooperative. Unfortunately.
I can't think of how to piece it together right now, but Tink would piece together some way to ask Kai, like, where they would first take new slaves here.
Many in the Badlands desire slaves.
exotic slaves.
Exotic?
That's what was in the book next to Tink's friend.
And don't
Tink's
get me
friend was
wrong.
marked exotic.
I mean, it's like you can ask the Burblade to ask, like, you don't necessarily have to go through Kai first.
Yeah.
No, but Tink would have directed it towards someone he knows rather than.
Gotcha.
I kind of look at the rest of the group. I suspect this individual is not going to give us any information that's going to be of use.
Perhaps it's how you're asking the question.
If you have any insight, I'm willing to hear it.
Are you searching for someone individual?
Who are we searching for, friends?
I mean, I was searching for this one. Speaking of which, do you perhaps have anything I could take back as proof that this one is dead?
What kind of proof do you desire?
And you see he looks kind of longingly at the goblin head that's currently kind of so.
Well, I would give like a list of things that he's been able to use before that have been kind of listed on bounties as like, bring this as proof that they're dead. Like any of these would do.
I mean, typically he'd bring some sort of identifying something with a easily identifiable mark or descriptor. So like, you know, obviously if I like had a sleeve of tattoos or something, you could take the arm and they kind of figure it out, okay. Or,
Right.
Or if they had a prominent scar somewhere, but you know, usually it's, I mean, the head is pretty distinguishing as a feature. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. I'm kind of guessing he's not going to let that go, though. He seems to like his heads.
I guess I glance over at Ludema at this point. Tell me about your friend that went missing.
My father. He's an orc barbarian. Dark gray skin, black hair that's been cropped. He was searching for someone who had disappeared. And was he one of the ones taken?
What is your father's name?
Jaren Van Sisto.
You see, he kind of starts whispering. It's like,
And you see Ludema bites her lip, and you can't tell if she's more enraged or sad. Like it's a definitely conflicting emotion of she wants to bash and cry all at the same time. And then where was he taken? Like, she's not expecting a truthful answer, but she can't help but ask of where was he taken?
That's a starting point.
Kind of shakes the head a little bit. Where? Still. Silver Tower.
Silver Tower?
You may want to ask. I don't travel much outside of this particular city, but there are some that do.
We will find out about this Silver Tower. And he kind of looks at Ludema when he says this part, and he says, "Don't worry, we will find it."
I believe the dark-skinned couple that runs the inn on the large spider creature, they travel the Badlands. They might know. I don't deal with them much, but I know they go in and out.
Good to know. Tink? Who were you looking for?
Tink kind of puts an arm around Ludema and just sort of gives her a little side hug. And then looks back at Kai. Hi! I am Calandra. What is wrong? I'm just a little blue tiefling, you know.
We're looking for a blue tiefling named Calandra.
Also, I do really dope monk shit.
Who is apparently a monk.
Where is this Calandra, the blue tiefling?
Who does dope monk shit? Sorry, couldn't resist.
Who does the dope monk shit?
My god, Jester's a monk.
Let's see. Sent to perish. Tribes of Kaltoris.
Tribes of what?
Kaltoris. You spell that, Brian?
Kltoris.
Sorry, I'm just imagining asking that of the head.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
And you see Des is like,
Most unfortunate. Fear your friend may not live long, if that is true.
Where are the tribes of Kaltoris, and why are they so dangerous?
They are on the edge of the wastes. At least I've been told. Every once in a while, one of them will, or an offshoot of them will try to raid Oddity. They only respect
then just kind of looks you up and down a bit, Kai, and just like kind of gestures up and down at your.
You just pointed at all of me.
Pretty much.
Strength.
Is there anyone else you're searching for?
Like lands at the. Because Fuelon was looking for the fucking goblin.
Do you know, is this one's body still available?
I mean, it's hanging in the town square.
Des, if we return with Barghast heads, would you be willing to trade those for the head of this creature?
I want to make a persuasion roll.
Why is Kai making this roll?
Waylon probably can't.
He's the one who asked, but I'll say I'll let you roll with advantage because Waylon also made some inquiries.
That's good, because that first roll was a fucking 3. 19.
That's not bad.
Are these Barghest also associated with these slavers?
Most likely. But see, near as we can tell, the Barghasts are in charge, so you'll likely get some juicier secrets from them than you did from this one.
Very well. I think we could commit to some sort of trade when you come back.
I'll look over at Fuelon. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, that would work quite well. That was smart thinking. Thank you.
Des, I appreciate your skill set. Thank you for your assistance today.
Of course. And you, little one, please do stop by anytime. I would be happy to speak with you again.
I'm gonna let you know next time I come, I'm cleaning your floor though.
If you need to.
The stuff on my boots is just... it's too much.
I think the only word I
I
have
won't
for that
touch the
is
walls, just the floor.
the only word I have for that is viscera. That's literally all I've got.
Well, and granted, everything currently in here is probably on a little bit more of the dried outside of things in terms of what's on the floor. Like
I mean, dried viscera is not better.
maybe a couple
it's-
of piles of things as opposed to fully dried, but yeah, you get the.
I disagree. That is much better, especially for Fuelon, who does not have shoes.
That's fair. Fair point.
No, I am going to prestidigitation the heck out of everything on everybody once we get done. We will
As
spend
we're-
like 5 minutes just prestidigitationing if we need to.
As we're walking out of the tower, I will kind of pause with Fuelon briefly. What was the name of the goblin we just questioned that was your bounty?
Oh god, my brain is already blanking on what the name was. It was like Wriggles or something.
It was Raggle Ankle Twister.
Raggle Ankle Twister. Wolf will step out. Fuck me. Kai will step outside. Tipped my hand a little
You
bit there.
playing today?
And then there's
Kai
two
will
wolves in the
step.
group.
Well, Kai will step outside and he will kind of look up, sort of in the middle distance. And he will say, not like shout, but say loudly and with great deal of intent, Wolf. Wolf. Wolf, I know you can hear me.
But is he listening right now?
Or does he care to respond is really more the question.
The wolf has a name.
Not
I've heard you
talking.
use it.
Not talking to Fenrir.
No, it's a different wolf, honey. This wolf, his name is actually Wolf. ironically, and he's not a wolf
Eh.
per se.
No response, Brian.
I'm kind of deciding whether to shoot here or not.
It's up to you, and it's your chance to play a
Tink-
ridiculous
Tink's-
character.
Tink starts mimicking him and just wolf. Wolf.
Sorrel's cleaning
Okay,
Waylon's feet and stuff.
so Kai, after a few minutes of Tink repeating that,
Wolf.
you get this sort of if you tell whoever's saying that to shut the hell up.
Wolf.
Hey, Tank, we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for replying. Did you ferry a Raggle ankle twister across?
I guess, I don't know, I don't really ask their names, I just take them.
It's a kind of surly goblin.
Which ones aren't surly?
I've met a few nice goblins.
No, okay.
Don't be
You're
racist.
gonna have to be more specific.
He'll give a quick description of what he saw of the face that, might actually be useful.
Yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar.
Could you find him and hand him to Karuth, please?
I'm not like your lapdog, that, right?
And technically speaking, you don't have to do this because I don't have anything over you right now. This is a favor.
Can the rest of us hear Wolf's responses?
No.
Kai is fully speaking out loud, though.
Okay.
So,
Sorrel just said hi when it started becoming a conversation because she assumed Wolf is responding.
so you'll owe me a favor?
Yeah.
No. Consider it done. That's all you hear.
Waylon kind of leans over to Sorrel. Is he talking to the wolf? Is it invisible?
Chris Eckers leans in and takes this
No, it's a thing that Kai can do. If he wants to explain it more, I'll let him explain it. But Wolf's just a friend who happens to bury the dead.
Kai will kind of turn around at this point, and Wolf is a psychopomp. He ferries the dead between this world, the land of the living and the land of the dead. He has done some work for me in the past, and now he's doing me a favor.
So he is a ship captain, like Giuseppe.
A terrifying, bloodthirsty sociopathic ship captain, yes.
Who you just made a deal with?
He'll do anything to get out of his current situation.
Because you don't have that kind of power right now. Or
He
do
knows
you
that.
forget?
Don't forget.
A terrifying, bloodthirsty, psychopathic ship's captain. Got it.
I said
I would
sociopathic.
say for those of you who are hearing Sorrel say this little aside, some of you may be able to hear Sorrel's little aside here, potentially, considering you're all fairly clustered somewhat together. But I would say go ahead and make perception rolls for those that are not Sorrel or Kai.
Based off of hearing or smell?
Hearing, yes.
Yeah.
Chris got a 24 with a nat 20 on the die.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it's Sorrel grumping at Kai. It's a whisper attack.
Waylon got a dirty 20.
Tink got a 26.
This is when everyone rolls well.
Using them up early. You are muted, Maeve.
18 with a +2.
Yeah, so Sorrel's, like, grumpy whisper is not as whispery as Sorrel would have maybe
Hoped.
had hoped. We'll leave it at that. So you heard what Sorrel said, for whatever that's worth.
What part did we hear Sorrel say?
Pretty much all of it would be my guess.
Okay.
Especially with your 26, like.
You made a deal with him? After he describes him as a psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
And you know you don't have that kind of power right now.
Yeah, but he knows that he'll eventually have it again.
Wait, do you normally have power over this individual? Are you some kind of admiral?
Yes, Kai is the Admiral of the Dead People.
Retired.
System.
Retired
Sorry.
Admiral of the Dead People.
I thought it was more of a sabbatical.
Well, we're adding that to lore. Kai is the Admiral of the Dead.
The Dead Fairy System. Fairy.
Dead People Ferry System, or the DPFS.
Right. So, like, if Chiron is the ship's captain of the River Styx, I'm Hades. That was out of character. None of that happened in character.
What I said had happened in character. Yes, he's the Admiral. But yeah, no, you're on sabbatical, I thought. Not retired.
Well, we'll see.
Who
You
are
didn't
you?
say this was a retirement plan.
I didn't say this was a retirement plan because you wouldn't have gone along with it.
Sorrel just marches off. She just leaves.
Ekris is standing there with his hand raised as if he wants to ask a question.
Yes, Ekris.
Can you explain what being Admiral of the Dead entails? And how one goes on sabbatical for that?
I can. I'm going to choose not to. As it is personal.
Oh, okay. Ekris nods and then kind of like does something else.
And then he turns to Tink. I am Kai Ravenskull. That is what I was. That is what I will always be. Whatever else I was in between is immaterial. We need to find this where the Silver Tower is, and we need to go find the tribes of Kaltoris? Is that correct? And it sounds like we need to do it in a relatively short amount of time. Des mentioned the dark-skinned couple that runs the inn on top of the giant spider. I don't relish the thought of going on top of a giant spider, but that seems like the next best place to go. Does anybody have any objections?
None from me.
Phoenix does. It's Tank.
Phoenix does. Tank does not.
See, that was the thing that I'm like, be glad you missed last time. I didn't think we were going to wind up going there.
I mean, I had a picture of it. You know I was going to use it for something.
Yeah.
Feel free to share the picture if you need to. Do you still
Yeah.
have the picture?
I don't. Will you kindly send it to me again?
Yes.
No, that's fine.
I'll just put it up on... You just ignore it in chat, and I'll put it up on stream.
Now I have to look.
Yep.
I love this snicker. Yes. God, I miss playing Kai.
I put it in the G chat.
Oh god. You're gonna hate it.
I am gonna hate it.
I hate it.
Oh. Okay. So it's like Howl's Moving Castle, but made of nightmares.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
pretty
Gross.
much.
It's
I love
fine.
that description.
I think that is the best description there could have been for this for this picture. And we're going to there.
It's great.
Mm.
It's great. Super thrilled.
Mm.
All right, so you head to the towards the ginormous spider, or as Fuelan put it, the Howl's Moving Castle of Nightmares.
Yep.
Okay.
Spider in, on our way to the Spider Inn.
I don't think this deserves a song. This is scary.
I disagree entirely. I think it needs a song.
And Russ is happy to basically get you the hell away from Des's lair. And in fact, when you mention the spider, actually seems quite kind of happy and excited. It's like, oh yes, that is the Silken Strand Inn. They're kind of they sometimes caravan too. I mean, they are kind of their caravan. I get. It's hard to. I see them come and go every once in a while. They do make some forays into the Badlands.
Do you know the names of the proprietors?
I've not met him. I want to say it's like they're. I don't know. It's a dark-skinned elf lady and her partner is also kind of a dark-skinned elf lady. Admittedly, they don't go. I mean, they go out in the town every once in a while, but they usually kind of just run their inn. But it's a. I've heard good news. It's a good inn, I guess.
It is on the back of a giant spider. I can see where that might give some people pause.
I know, isn't it cool?
Yes.
The Undertaker scared you, but the giant spider does not.
Oh no. No, I mean the spider's friendly.
Is his name Lucas?
What?
Never mind.
Love Lucas.
No,
That's like
I
that is-
think, I think they call it Luna.
Oh, okay. Luna the spider. Well, lead the way, Cress.
And sure enough does. And you see that there is, so you see the spider is actually kind of,
Cross, sorry.
you see that the spider is currently sort of hanging, just kind of hanging off kind of the side of the cliff face. There is a rope bridge that is kind of attached from the basically, you're guessing some sort of mounting bracket area thing that they normally kind of attach it to when they're in town. You do see that the spider is its two front legs are currently kind of winding up webbing on the corpse of something fairly large, which you realize might be an elephant.
I hate it here.
You, I assume, proceed on the path and in going.
Yes.
Okay. So as you enter in, admittedly, it is kind of an interesting building because on the outside it does look like kind of like there's a mansion or manor house built on the side of the spider. But you see as you get closer, there's a lot of like reinforcements and anchor points on this thing, and you realize as you get closer to what looked like windows on the building are only really for show, and there's not actually any windows per se. However, you do see as you kind of enter through the front door that there is it is lit by different kind of magical globes of light and whatnot, of varying different colors. A lot of kind of purples and maybe some reds and whatnot. Almost kind of like the equivalent of like if there was sort of like for those that are more arcane bent, like Sorrel and whatnot, and Maeve, or the Dama, a lot of maybe some sort of like dancing lights-esque sort of effect that's been maybe been permanency or something. But it's really strange as you enter into the place because the spider is kind of hanging onto the cliff face. It gives that kind of Escher quality where everything is totally not on the axis you would expect it to be in terms of things.
But there's relative gravity to the positioning of the building.
Not from what you can see. I mean, it looks like people are. So it kind of looks like right now that the few people that you do see that are in the inn appear to be standing effectively on the walls. Because, it's on its side right now. But you do see there is some furniture. There is some furniture built on what would be the floor that is currently on one wall that looks like it is kind of bolted down for the most part. You do see there are probably more collapsible type furniture, like folding chairs or whatnot, currently on the plane of gravity that you were on as far as some people sitting there. But you do see, this beautiful drow woman who seems to be kind of going from kind of table to table and offering a little bit of conversation and whatnot, and you see she does look up and kind of notice you and waves, and then you hear her. I guess, do any of you speak Elven?
Oh, excellent.
Ekris does.
Kai does.
I feel like I should, but I don't.
So for the rest of you, she speaks in this very kind of flowery language. I mean, you've seen Lord of the Rings, you can kind of guess what it sounds like. But for those that understand Elven,
it's all vowels and th sounds.
You hear her say, sorry, I'm busy attending to our customers, but we have some new entrants. Can you please take care of them? And you hear another woman's voice in the same language. It's like, yes, dear, it'll be down shortly. And then she kind of, and you see the drow woman kind of proceeds to go back. You see she's kind of bringing out some food and whatnot to people. Shortly thereafter, out of what would be a doorway to a hallway, except it's kind of facing straight up, so now it's kind of like this tall hall. You see this this elven, this head of another drow woman, like, oh, and says in common, "I'll be down in just a moment."
Take your take your time.
And then after a moment, you see she starts to come down, and you realize that what you saw was just her torso, which is definitely of a very feminine drow elven form. But from about her waist down, you see the body of what would only be described as a spider. And for those that have ever dealt with a drow, you recognize her as what would be considered a drider.
So not only is the Howl's Moving Castle made of nightmares, so are the fucking drow. It's fine.
But you see, she kind of comes down on a piece of webbing, and it kind of lands very lightly onto the ground, and then comes over and goes, welcome to the Silken Strand Inn. How may I assist you?"
Is that in common or in Elven that she says that?
That is in common, because none of you look elven.
It's fair. Greetings. My travel companions and I were given to understand that you and your partner? Wife?
Sure.
Fair
We
enough.
don't really use labels, but my beloved, yes.
Your partner. There's a little... Honestly, anybody with any insight will see that Kai is actually kind of weirdly touched by that. But he just, like, there's a half little smile there, but then he continues, and we're given to understand that you and your partner travel the Badlands semi-regularly. Is that correct?
We do. Admittedly, Luna is able to... We do take several trips into the Badlands with Luna. Those that can tolerate our dear girl's countenance finds that she provides quite safe travel through the Badlands.
I can imagine most things would not want to tussle with a creature of such size and elegance.
Well, and we also make sure to help convince those that would that she's not to be harmed.
Understood.
But she is quite safe, although I will suggest that if you are down below, you'd probably want to stand near one of us, just to be on the safe side.
Understood.
Actually, probably more for you in particular, being your large size.
Oh no, I caught where you were going with that. Wouldn't want to be somebody's dinner.
And probably your wolf companion there as well.
Fenrir, please don't fight the giant spider.
Thrall goes and pets Fenrir.
And Sorala, you hear Fenrir mumble like,
Don't worry. To kill things, just not the big ass spider.
My companions
kill
and
all the evil
I
little slaver shits.
are new to the Badlands, and we are seeking information about a couple of locations and individuals in our efforts to find some people that were taken and enslaved.
oh, okay, well, sure. And then she just kind of takes one, was like, if you, sure, please, come with me to the, and then she kind of looks up and goes, nope, Harley's not going to do right now. Let's go to the, let's go to the city, and then proceeds to kind of head sort of down past, kind of takes you into one of the adjoining rooms, not necessarily the kind of the main entrance hall, but, and again, much like before, there are some really kind of nice looking sofas and kind of cushiony chairs bolted to the floor, which is now the one wall. Yeah, kind of inaccessible, but you do see there are several folding chairs and whatnot as well. And she just kind of gestures over to an area, so you're kind of out of earshot, a little privacy at any rate. You do see there's a couple of people that are kind of off in their own corner, maybe like going reading a book and whatnot.
So, real quick, metagame. I realize that I'm taking the lead a lot here. If anybody else wants to jump in and take the lead here, you are more than welcome to. Otherwise, I mean, I can keep going. It's entirely... I realize that I've taken a lot of the spotlight this game, so I want to give other people the opportunity to speak up and do stuff.
On a giant spider,
Okay. Phoenix, samesies?
Less of a spider issue for me right now and more of a just, like, it's difficult for Tink to get out the things that need to get out, so...
And Fuelon is definitely not a party face. He's here to hit things real hard and to make funnily dumb comments about things.
Like fuck pants.
Like fuck pants.
Ekros can try to stumble his way through dialogue, but probably no one wants that.
Jess, do you want to take point with Sorrel, or should I do it? Did we lose Jess?
Jess may have stepped away.
Alright, well then I'm just gonna jump into it.
So, and you see the driver woman kind of comes up and then like sort of sits down, kind of sits down on her.
Just lowers.
Lowers, and then just kind of, you know, you see the legs just kind of curling underneath.
Oh. Yeah, gross.
Sorrel will support. I could hear you all. I just couldn't get my mic to work. I'm making myself lunch.
Gotcha, okay.
But yes,
Well, if you want, this is probably a good time. We could take a break.
I do have to pee.
Okay.
That works.
We're back live, so let's try to keep it to 10 minutes.
okay.
Yeah.
No. How about 12 minutes? It's 12:58.
Alright,
Well,
12.
let's say 10 minutes.
Best I can
and then
do is
if
11
it
and a
gets
half.
to be 12, we'll be okay. But if it gets to 13, then we're going to be angry. Or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
rage everywhere.
If we get to 13, I'm just going live and fuck you all.
I would not recommend that on Twitch. I'm pretty sure that violates DRM.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
That
does too. I can't show
definitely-
my feet. I can't definitely. Anyway.
You don't
At
have
any
to
rate.
show your feet for that.
We'll be back in a few minutes, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, the other side.
But sorry, I'm done.
Please.
You
Alright.
sure?
Nope. Hi, we're back.
Hopefully without
Hi, everybody.
Hanson.
So, continuing where we last left off, you were sitting down with one of the proprietresses of the Silken Strand Inn, Alisaria, and you were asking about information on the Badlands.
Indeed. Sorry, my brain just quit. It's fine.
Okay, mine's a little blurry too.
We do appreciate any information you can give us. We've gotten wind that there is a group of slavers working in and around Solanel and using the Badlands as kind of their staging ground. Several of our party has lost friends and family to this group, and we are trying to locate where these people are. We've gotten some information, but unfortunately, as we are not native to the area, we are unfamiliar where to go from here. So any information you can give us is going to be helpful.
Oh,
We're slightly lost.
I see. Well, I mean, I'm happy to give what information I can. Do you know what? I guess. I mean, we don't. My beloved and I, we don't deal with slavers ourselves, of course, for many reasons. But
We're not looking for information specifically about the slavers, just some locations that we discovered in the course of our investigation. A place called the Silver Tower.
okay, I know of such a place. I mean, at least I'm assuming it's the place that they are referring to. It's really Riverdale, really. It's there is there is a bit of a, I don't know if it's necessarily metallic or not, but it does tend to shimmer a bit in the kind of within the Great Desert. That might be the Silver Tower that you're speaking of. I don't know that much about it, as we don't typically take Luna in the desert.
Understandable. Location, or at least vague location, would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's actually we do travel skirt the edge of the Great Desert, so there is actually. I mean, you can kind of see it from the edge. It tends to shimmer a bit, it's provided there's sunlight. I've heard, although I guess I can't say I know 100% for certain, but I've heard that some of the they're not quite golems. They're not quite the metal, for lack of a better term, the metal men. I don't know what they really call themselves, but the few that you've seen wandering the streets, I've heard they originated from that tower.
Oh,
Oh.
interesting.
From that area. I believe. I mean, it may only be on foot, maybe a few days travel from the edge of the desert, so to speak, from where we kind of travel by it.
How far is the desert from here?
Oh, well, on Luna, maybe about 4 days travel.
On foot?
It would be significantly longer, as we're still in much more edging on somewhat tropical of a climate, like or just kind of getting away from it. But you definitely tend to see a change in the I guess guess you could say, in the foliage as the further south you go.
And what about a group of individuals who are known as the Tribes of Kaltoris?
Those tribes, as you say, they're, as far as I know, they're also not too terribly far from the desert, or maybe even. So, admittedly, with the Great Desert, there's ruins of older civilizations that kind of show up and go away with the passing of the winds and sand, movement of the sand and whatnot. They, as far as I know, tend to. There are different tribes of giants, as far as I recall, that I don't know, usually go about raiding and doing other things that giants do. But as far as I know, for recent events, I believe they found I guess you could call it a home base of sorts. I mean, usually they're busy fighting each other, so their danger is relatively, the danger of coming across them is usually a small raiding party, not the tribes as a whole, but they seem to have been, I guess, putting their normal ways behind them and seem to be coalescing at these ruins. I don't know much more than that.
Do you know the location of the ruins?
I believe I believe I know roughly where it is. We do try to avoid that area. I imagine. I imagine the. Well, at any rate, we don't try to tempt fate, as it were. The giants typically only respect or deal with those of their own kind. And you see, she kind of looks at you, kind of like, although maybe you'd get away with it. You are a strapping individual.
So they tell me. That is. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Jess.
All right, as soon as you started talking, I'm like, oh, I guess I won't talk, and I put a mouthful of mac and cheese in. Sorry. Now, I cannot imagine slavers would probably come and frequent your establishment, since that would not be smart for them. But just in case some dummies came through, have you seen a recent group about a week ago, probably, based on when one of them was captured and detained, of goblinoids? I can't remember the kind that we keep saying we're going to give the heads to.
Barghasts.
Barghasts. Oh, I did have it right on my first guess. Specifically some Barghasts. This group that we're after seems to have Barghasti leaders.
Admittedly, I don't deal with much. I mean, none of us deal with the slavery in our
But yeah.
many of the citizens of Onity found their freedom here, you could say. Some quite literally. I believe even. It's even rumored Eddie our founder may have been a slave at some point. That being said, we are a bit of a, I guess you could say, a bastion of the Badlands compared to many of the other tribes and city-states and whatnot that exist. That being said, I guess I wouldn't be surprised that goblinoids or Bargus, those infernal creatures, have been conducting these slavery attempts and stealing people. I suppose it makes sense if they're taking people from Solana to isolate them. That would make sense, as horrible as that sounds.
Indeed.
Hey, I know. What if we traveled together? Like, you could come with us or we could come with you. And we could help each other out, you know?
Oh yeah. I was really hoping we were gonna get a ride, because there's no way we're walking that far.
There's...
If you are all looking for passage, we do offer quite affordable rates, and are willing to work with you as far as that goes. And we won't enter the desert again.
No, and nor would we expect you to. The hope would be to get us at least as close as you're comfortable getting, and then we can travel the rest of the way.
But we can help you traverse the Badlands, at least to give you as safe a trip as we can.
There's safety in numbers.
There is indeed.
I need to ask what such a thing might cost. We are not exactly cash rich right now.
Yeah, getting here was a bit expensive, the whole crossing the ocean thing.
Well, let me discuss with my beloved. Perhaps you are a bit peckish and would like some food. We have a wonderful stew.
It sounds delightful. Yes, I think we could all use a meal.
Yes, please. Yes.
Why don't you then? I may even be able to find a meat haunch for your companion there.
I think.
And just kind of looks towards Fenrir, who at this point is completely bored out of his gourd. Like
The bigger and more fresh, the better.
I'll see what I can do. And please, and so it kind of brings you into the dining room area, which, funny enough, you see like a big dining room table, again, plastered to what would be the floor under normal alignment. But there are several
Where it is.
tables with folding chairs and whatever that are kind of down on the wall that you are currently on. And sure enough, shortly thereafter, you see the drow woman that you were guessing is probably Alisaria's partner comes by with food and drink and whatnot.
As she comes by and drops off food and drink, Kai will kind of look up at her and is like, "We just had a very lovely conversation with your partner. We did not catch your name."
Oh, of course. I am what we call it, Rillia.
Rillia, it is a pleasure to meet you, Rillia. You have a very unique establishment.
We are very lucky in that regards that we were able to make a place here. Not many of our kind are so tolerant of fellow travelers like yourself.
Indeed.
Thank you for the stew.
Yes, eat up.
We're grateful for the hospitality. Thank you very much.
Well, if you do have any questions, I'll be serving around here, and as I am for lunch, you of course are more than welcome to stay as long as you'd like. You don't have to necessarily leave the table when you're done with your meal.
Thank you.
Aye, thank you, lass.
And you see she kind of takes that in almost. This deep, gravelly, warm voice. Alright then. And proceeds to go along her business.
You're a lot of fun to have a conversation with. A little confusing sometimes, but really fun either way.
Thanks.
Still not sure how I feel about that, but thanks.
I gotta say that I wish I could say you get used to it, but I'm still not used to it. I don't mean that in a bad way. You're delightful.
Tink's a good lad.
Tink is a good lad. I guess we just eat until we get some further illumination as to cost and timing and all that stuff.
So after, as things sort of settle down for the lunch hour, as it were, you do see that Rilia and Alisaria do approach, and they. So, my beloved here is telling me that you are interested in perhaps some journeys to search for some loved ones?
Indeed.
Very well. So typically our journeys through the Badlands, the route we take is usually about give or take about a month of travel. We typically charge a gold piece per day, roughly, so approximately 30 gold pieces per person that's on the travel. That being said, and you see they kind of look at each other. And there's a hint of a smile on Rillian's face as they kind of seem to be exchanging something kind of between them. Like, I know what it's like to how important it is to search after someone who is someone that you love, someone that you care about. And would be willing to negotiate perhaps a discounted price, maybe even for some help with the establishment if needed. I'm assuming, judging by, and sees Kai in his plate mail and his big ass sword, and then Phelan with the ginormous battle axe, and that you are. Well, I'm guessing you're maybe some sort of adventuring group or something. We do get them from time to time.
That is a fair assessment. I am also somewhat handy with a hammer.
Well, that could definitely be helpful.
And I can change light bulbs in really tall spaces.
Like, do you even have a hair? When have you worn?
If you would be willing to help out as needed, and I guess to help, especially, granted, Luna helps make the travel safer through the Badlands, but doesn't necessarily always mean it's a safe travel. But if you'd be willing to help with that,
Kai, go ahead,
we'd be
sorry.
willing to cut the fee substantially.
Kai kind of glances at the rest of the party.
Yep, yeah. We're not gonna let you guys get taken down by some evil group.
We will.
I can kill people if need be.
Oh, that you're a healer. Oh, that's
Yes, Yes.
That's wonderful. I mean, not that I hopefully we should not need your assistance, but that is wonderful to know that it is available if need be.
Eckers nods and just smiles.
Tink is also an accomplished jeweler. For what it's worth.
And you see Alisaria, the drider. You see her eyes kind of perk up at that.
So whatever services that we might be able to render in exchange for whatever fee that you think is fair, we can agree. I will say, not that I'm not assuming good intentions, but if there's anything that falls counter to my various oaths, I will not be able to perform in that way. But I don't think that'll be a problem.
And really kind of nods like, look, I do understand our kind are not necessarily known for their trustworthiness, I suppose you could say. So I can understand there being some hesitancy, but and there's nothing I can really say to assure you that we are anything but what we say we are, or I guess that our intentions are pure.
Oh, no, sorry. I think you misunderstand. It has nothing to do with that. Spiders freak me out.
Unfortunately with that, and you see Alisaria actually kind of looks kind of a little taken aback on that, because she's like half spider, so she kind of
Like, it is genuinely nothing. It's genuinely nothing personal, and I will work to get past it, but it is a phobia. I can't. I'll do my best.
He's had this issue for years.
and you see she's like, I understand. I'll let my beloved take care of the details. And you see she backs away and kind of heads out.
Yeah, well, now I feel like shit.
I think you made her feel bad even though you didn't mean to.
Yeah, well, I'll have to work on that.
Tink will actually follow her out.
Okay.
Udema also follows her out because she's looking at the fact that this is an inn. There should be multiple fires, I would assume.
There are probably actually the couple of fireplaces that you see. There is a visible fire, but you don't feel any heat coming from it, so it's more of a visual thing. That being said, inside the place, it is a cozy temperature. Like it's not like the kind of where you guys are kind of at, where Oddity is, kind of sits on just kind of that skirting that edge between sort of tropical and temperate. So I mean, it can get sometimes warm or super humid, and sometimes it's okay. Right now, with the time of the year it is, and the fact that it's been a month now since the world almost ended, things are warming up a bit. So I'd say right now the temperature in this area is probably leaning more towards like early summer, where it's like probably in the 70s or 80s, or well, I'd say early summer in Minnesota, so 70s or 80s with like maybe a little humidity, but not super horrible yet.
Yet.
But you do get the sense that it's that in the end there may be even be some magics and other shit involved, but that there may be some things involved that are kind of keeping it comfortable in here as well.
I'm gonna go after Alisaria and just try to kind of catch her attention because I saw her face light up when Kai mentioned that I'm a jeweler. And so, like, I guess I'm just trying to kind of, like, help her feel better and maybe distract her from the discomfort of what just happened.
And Ludema, you said you were also following? Okay.
Yes, primarily because with the magics that are apparent, maybe there's a place where I could actually do a little bit of glass blowing, maybe for windows and whatnot, or chalices for the inn, stuff like that.
Okay. So you two kind of follow up and do catch up with her, and you see, I mean, she has her back to you a little bit, but you see she kind of, you're guessing, kind of wipes away a few tears as she sees you two approach and kind of puts back on the, sort of the, her smile and is like, yes,
You all right there, lass?
oh, I will be fine.
I'd like to apologize for the miscommunication back there. It's actually, we don't have any mistrust of you, or I have a bit of a phobia as well, but we also know that there's no harm meant to us.
No, I understand. I realize. Let's just say this isn't the first time someone has maybe had a negative reaction, nor I doubt will be the last. My apologies as well. I didn't mean to make a scene. I know but I appreciate you saying that. Admittedly, there are times where I find many of the sights of oddity to be a little, maybe mind-boggling, I guess. Admittedly, it's part of what gives the town its charm, but I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling on here. How can I help you? I'm assuming the negotiations were going well.
Is she wearing any jewelry?
She's got probably like some bracelets, maybe. They're probably more of a not so much like gold or whatnot, but maybe more of like a copper or brass.
Mm-hmm.
For lack of a better term, you don't really see a whole lot in terms of gemstones or anything along those lines. But she does have some rings and maybe like 2 or 3 rings that are probably slightly more on the wealthier side, but nothing with any gems that are necessarily, more of the semi-precious level if you were to give it a quality or description.
I'll just pull out my little fire opal and show it to her.
Oh my. Is it okay if I... Oh, that is quite beautiful. Hands back to you, like...
I think the question, lass, is how can I help you?
figured, I mean, that's a lovely gemstone. I guess
Tink kind of looks at Ludema, like, help.
What my friend is trying to ask you is there something that you would like for him to make you?
Oh.
He is a very accomplished jeweler.
Oh. Oh my. I hadn't even. Oh, yes. I would actually be very interested. Yes, I would be very interested in discussing with you. That would be wonderful. That would be absolutely wonderful. And it's like if you're willing to and then kind of looks over to where the rest of the party and is like, and perhaps we keep it a secret, perhaps a gift for my beloved. Oh, wonderful. We need to discuss so many things.
Tink is visibly excited, like, yes!
We should do it in secret. Would you be with, and then she kind of looks up to one of the hallways that are up above. It's like, would you be willing? And so she kind of scoops you up a little bit and then starts crawling up the ceiling and brings you to basically an area that is, ultimately you get is kind of maybe their more private quarters.
Yeah.
But you do see, she accesses a chest where there are a couple of different sort of style of gems and some bits and bobs that they've gathered over their time running the inn and what have you. And so proceeds to kind of go over.
Oh yeah.
Details.
We talk in detail.
Yes. So yeah. Meanwhile, for the rest of them, they're basically. Villia is like, or did I say Villia or Villia?
Rillia with an R.
Rillia, thank you. Rillia basically negotiates, ultimately just kind of taking care of the price of like, for lack of a better term, is more than happy to do this sort of at cost if you're willing to help out, effectively just paying for food and
food and lodging.
That sort of thing, which can basically boil down to about 5 gold a head.
Ooh, that's much better.
Oh, much better than our trail, so much better than the price of us getting across the sea.
Agreed. I think at one point.
Although she would say, as far as for your animal companion, they usually don't. They'd have to make some special. They'd have to figure a couple of things out specialty-wise because you're bringing such a large animal along. But may mean that means that you may have to make some stops where maybe your animal companion goes hunting or something. You may have to go hunting with them or something like the food they carry in the inn won't be enough for Fenrir.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
We can certainly
That's okay.
compensate for such accommodations as well.
Well,
Henry and I
after the discussion, the detailed discussions between Tink and Aurelia, I do ask if there are facilities for glass blowing that I could perhaps do things for the inn as well.
Oh, interesting. And really is like, well, we could, I mean, we do have a couple of, I mean, most of our fireplaces and whatnot have some glamours, but we do have some, I guess, like an oven or something that can be
guess I don't necessarily know what else goes into that, but we could find some space to accommodate.
Okay, because yeah, I would love to, like, if there's any like windows that need to be upgraded, or if you have chalices or glasses that you would want.
Well, the glassware actually sounds delightful. We typically don't do a whole lot for windows, as on the few times where Luna has to change the orientation, we would hate for people to fall out of them.
Gotcha. But glassware I can definitely do.
But there are indeed several things we could take a look at. That would be absolutely wonderful. And you said you are handy with the hammer. I'm assuming you mean in some carpentry type fashions.
Yes.
That could be handy too.
I built an inn once.
Admittedly, there's always a bit of upkeep we have to do from time to time as well. Being the uniqueness of our situation, it does come with a little agitation of some of the floorboards from time to time.
Understood.
I think Ekris has this. I've decided that Ekris has a crush on. Is it Aurelia as the Drider?
Alisari is the Drider. Really is the
Drow. Alisaria. So I think after at some point during the proceedings of talking about the glass blowing and the maybe making some jewelry, Ekris just hands her like a kind of like a little crown of wreathed flowers that he's been working on from his druidic days, and like can't even really look at her in the eye, and just kind of gives it to her, and then sheepishly backs away.
That's so precious.
Okay. And so we'll say when Tink and her do come back down, and Tink, she's probably handed you a couple of different gems and given you some ideas and whatnot, and so like after you sit down, kind of gives you this big hug. It's like she's very excited.
Definitely give her a big hug back.
Multiple legs.
And then as you two approach,
Tink isn't bothered by it, but Phoenix is.
And then sees Ekris hand her this crown of flowers, and she's like, "Thank you."
Ekris just nods and kind of turns his back and then immediately beams.
Once Elisaria does come back in and Ekris very sweetly hands her the crown, Kai actually does stand up and very slowly approaches Elisaria.
Okay. And she notices your approach, and admittedly, there's a whole lot of, she's still kind of just sitting there smiling and a little,
I spoke rashly before, and I did not mean to make you feel unsafe or unappreciated in your own space. The issue here, the fault here, is entirely my own. Not yours. It isn't yours to carry, and I don't want you to. So please, you don't have to forgive me. Just understand that I very much regret what was said.
I appreciate it. I know it's being that you are not from around here, as you say, I can understand. I understand all of this. And she kind of gestures, not just to kind of the inn, but you're kind of guessing to oddity in general. All of this can be a bit to get used, but I appreciate your apology. And
But I am in your space, not the other way around. What I said was out of line. So.
Well, then perhaps in our journeys together, we will get to know each other more about, and I guess have a better understanding of who we both are.
I hope to. Thank you. Do we get an idea of when they want to, when they're able to leave?
You probably have a couple of, truthfully, you probably have a couple of days. You are more than welcome. They do have rooms at the inn. You may have to bunk a couple people together. Admittedly, for Fenrir, they pretty much just offer a kind of a comfy rug. They're sort of either in the kind of like the salon or sitting room area, just because admittedly with the whole building tilted on its side, it's kind of hard for Fenrir to access certain things.
Actually, during that part of the negotiation, I think Kai would turn to Fuelan and be like, what would be most comfortable for you?
I guess I don't have too much preference. I'm used to all kinds of things.
Well, do you wish to have your own room? Do you wish to have a room? You can bunk with me. Do you wish to stay out here with Fenrir?
On our last journey, you did kind of stay furry, like, almost the whole time. So I think that's what's prompting him to ask.
Indeed.
Ah, I see. I suppose for the time being I will simply stay with Fenrir.
Fenrir, you have a cuddle buddy.
Puppy pile!
You get a rumph, kind of that sort of husky umph.
Tank, are we good for bunking like we did at the town inn?
Thrall's, by the way, still currently mad at Kai.
Okay.
To be clear.
Kai's in trouble.
I am still in trouble. Thrall spends his 2 days to go find yarn and take a class because she's realizing everyone has all these extra skills. Like
Sorrel can do magic.
I know, but Sorrel's just I can't make anything. I'm 12,000 years old and I don't have hobbies. So she's going to go learn how to knit.
I love this.
I love
It's going
that
to be a whole
happened.
thing.
I love that occurred, that realization happened at 12,000 years old.
Yeah.
Suriel going into town reminds Ludema that, oh yeah, she's kind of running low on glass shards and stuff, so she's gonna...
I will say that we probably, and we don't have to RP through this unless you don't want to, Brian, but Kai would for sure take Giuseppe up on hanging out. We were also invited by Eddie to go have some drinks, so maybe 2 birds, 1 stone, have Eddie and Giuseppe meet and go have drinks with them, and...
We'll kind of, if there's anything we'll kind of wave the magic wand the next couple of days, but if there's anything you guys need to purchase or want to purchase, even though it's not a city, but it being that it is a port town and kind of a trade hub, so to speak, for the Badlands, you are able to purchase things if there's anything that interests you in that regard.
Hey, we can certainly montage this. Kai wants to go with Cross and track down the leaders of this gang that beat the crap out of him and learn them a lesson.
Yeah.
Waylon's in.
Actually, he's more like, well, and that's, I mean, that's great, but maybe, but when you're leaving, then they're gonna, like, get me back, like.
Or you could just come with.
Can I come?
Why
with
would
you
we
guys?
leave you behind?
Yeah. You helped him. You're a friend. I think.
You can explore with us. We go all over the place.
Cross, I would formally like to offer you the position of my squire.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what that means?
Maybe.
Basically, that means you do exactly what you've been doing right now, but for slightly better pay. I hand him 3 gold pieces.
Yeah, no, that's great.
And you get to learn stuff too.
Okay. And he kind of nods at that and smiles, and then he kind of leans over to you, kind of goes, "Is learning painful?"
Only if you're
No,
doing it
learning
right.
is not painful.
I mean, yeah, I'm good.
So do we have a montage of us tracking down the leaders of the gang and beating the crap out of them?
Sure.
Yes!
Yes. Exploding feather fist.
Exploding feather fist.
Just see these like bruised like pickpockets with like feathers sticking out.
They got feathers in like their hair, their
Yep.
teeth, and just all.
Like
Serve
they
them
were
right.
tarred and feathered, but with their own blood a little bit.
I love this for us.
Yeah.
I dig it.
I clean my feathers.
You get the one frame where Fuelon is like shifting into wolf form and like doing the charge into battle thing, and the next frame is like somebody handing him his fuck pants and him sheepishly going, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that again."
Oh, for montage's sake, can we each go through a cut scene of what happens during that
Yes,
thing? Can that be a
please
thing?
do. That
Okay.
would be wonderful.
So, Fuelon, that was yours.
Mm.
Unless there's anything you want to add.
Sorrel's giving you his fuck pants game because it seems to be her job every time.
Sorrel is the keeper of the fuck pants.
I mean, we could bequeath that to Cross.
Part of your squirely duties is to keep track of Wayland's pants. He has a forgetful tendency to, well, forget them.
Ah. And actually, after seeing you turn into a wolf, then kind of looks over it and he's picking up the pants, looks over at Fenrir, and then leans over to Yusra and says, "So does he turn into a giant?"
No, he actually stays fuzzy all the time. But that would be really cool. I wonder if we can do that.
I feel like during the course of this, once we finally find the leaders, and of course they resist because that's what they do, we fully let Fenrir just maul the unredeemable one, because there's always an unredeemable one. Just fully tear him to pieces.
Okay.
And then Kai has a conversation about civic responsibility with the others.
I was gonna just cast confusion on them and watch them walk around bouncing off the walls.
And
Fuelon's just
dark.
eagerly
That's a
looking
little
on because he was
dark.
promised that he could tear the second one limb from limb. So he's just waiting for the next one to step up. Like, come on, who's next? Come on, somebody resist.
And you know what? Because this is kind of an interesting, delightful montage, Kai, I'd like you to make a history roll.
Okay. Where's my D20? Pick up the
ate it.
dice tray, then find dice. Dice history. 22!
So you give them a lecture on civics.
Wow.
Civic duty specifically.
Civic duty, specifically.
Sorrel eventually goes and takes a nap on Venrir.
That's fair.
Are you done talking yet? It's totally the wrong voice, but
Almost.
Meanwhile,
I do want to say there's an irony here that it's Kai giving the lecture, not Sorrel. But
There's a minor role reversal. Ekris, what was your thing?
So as Sorrel's like taking a nap and people are complaining about it taking so long, the camera pans over to Ekris, who is just like sitting in front of Kai, absorbing this, and like because he's a hermit basically his whole life, and he's just enwrapped. And the greater irony of this whole thing is that Ekris is a worshiper of Zaratsu and has no eye.
Yes!
I love that so much.
That's wonderful.
And then after that, it cuts back to Fuelon as it's like the time progression. So it starts out, and he's like, kid about to go into a candy store as soon as the word is given, like tightly gripping his axe. And then it's just slowly, like, his expression, like, slowly starts to sink, and he gets, like, more and more sad and bored. And eventually he's just like, kicks the ground and shuffles off.
And goes curls up next to Fenrir.
Nope.
That's awesome. Ludema, anything to
But
add?
actually, you go over to Fenrir, and Fenrir looks over at you. Is like, let's go hunt something, and then kind of run off and.
My pillow left.
Ludema just at the onset was just helping grapple the the more redeemable ones before the lecture begins. She just goes in and just like circus performance, just grapples them and puts them down into submission. Kind of like a WWE fight.
That's fair.
I'm
here
just
for it.
seeing Ludema like Hurricanrana a guy to land
Yeah.
It's a flippy wrestling move.
Okay. Flippy wrestling move.
Yes.
Got it.
He'll show you a YouTube video.
Yeah, we'll watch some Rey Mysterio later.
I'm sure I'll watch it with great interest.
I mean, it's
I'll just.
pretty acrobatic.
I do like acrobats. The acrobats are cool. Sorrel, when her pillow rudely leaves.
No. You wake up to.
Oh, I get to go with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Actually, you get woken up as a some whatever moisture was on a tree branch,
Mhm.
like as Fenrir kind of hits the branch, the it feels like someone threw a bucket of water in your face a little bit.
Ah! Why? What? Why?
Then
We're moving.
And you see, as you kind of get up, you see Fenrir is running through the forest with, and Fuelin's probably ahead, and they're kind of, you see they're zooming back and forth.
Okay.
I do want to address one
She
thing.
adjusts so she's less likely to fall off.
I do want to address one thing above table here for a second. Kai going dark. When I first built Kai, it was right around the same time that I first watched Firefly, and it was very heavily impacted by Malcolm Reynolds as a result. So Kai is not afraid to go dark if the situation calls for it.
Fair enough.
I swear by my pretty floral bonnet, I will.
I will end
will
you.
End you.
There you go. So if you do want to do any purchases or anything for any basic stuff in the player's guide, you're more than welcome to do so.
Hey, in relieving the gang of their valuables, returning some of it to the people that they've taken from, can we maybe skim a little off the top and use it to pay the people? Because I'm a little tight.
I
We have
will
enough
say,
money to pay our people. You don't need to.
I will say, as a sort of I don't know, call it a finder's fee, whatever, you get probably about 60 gold, which you can disperse amongst the group however you like.
Well, there's 6 of us, so Tango each.
Well, there you go. There's 6 of you?
6 and then Fenrir.
Fenrir doesn't count.
Right.
Because Fenrir doesn't give a crap about money.
Yep. Which is why I'm like, I didn't include him in the calculation.
I guess there are 6.
Okay.
With that being said, you will then on the last day, so to speak, you will gather up your crew and kind of board the Silken Strand again,
And I'll hand them, because we talked about 5 gold pieces for the stuff. I just hand over 15 for me and Fenrir.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hand over my 5. Actually, I'll just... He paid for him and Fenrir. I'll pay for everybody else.
Sure, I can pay for myself.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I got
Okay.
it.
Okay.
So, including Crus.
Oh, I forgot about Cross. Sorry. I would have.
I got it.
Okay.
Admittedly, it's a little so like as they're getting ready to go, it's a little discombobulating because they're like everybody's like folding up, chairs and whatnot, kind of securing it, and everyone's like, and then they kind of ring a bell to be like, okay, everybody, prepare yourselves, and then you feel this sort of little shifting movement, which is a little discombobulating. As then all of a sudden it almost as weirdly visually your center of gravity seems to sort of shift as the spider kind of comes up out of the cliffside and then onto land, and then everything sort of reorientates itself, so to speak, to what would be considered the normal, what you assume would be the normal orientation.
I will say that Kai is white knuckling this like a first time flyer on Spirit Airlines.
Tink is just kind of trying to reassuringly pat his elbow or wherever the hell I come up to.
I'm probably sitting too and like gripping the chair like the splinters are starting to come out.
If it turned, you probably wouldn't have a chair to sit in because it would shift. You just gotta hold on.
I'm just holding on for
Well,
dear life.
once the orientation goes to like your normal layout, there is furniture which again is already bolted down and is available. And you see, for most people, they kind of just sort of settle back down to whatever they were doing. You see some travelers that are just enjoying the ride. Like, you get a sense from some of the people just take this tour and go on the tour of the Badlands. Like, they don't, it's almost like
a cruise.
Almost like a cruise ship in that regard, yeah. And there are some that are going to different locations and whatnot too, but regardless, it's you find it doesn't take you too terribly long to kind of get used to the sort of the sway of things. Actually, it's surprisingly very little sway for the most part, but there are a few times where maybe there's a little bit of a jolt, which because Luna goes after something large enough to eat. But, yeah.
We hear the screams of a dying dinosaur.
So, I guess I will leave it up to you guys. Which area do you want to go to first? The Silver Tower, or to the the tribes of Kaltoris?
Did we get any... I mean, I realize we got what we got, but did we get any sense of urgency?
I mean, both of them are pretty urgent.
Both of them sound like they suck, if I'm being entirely honest.
It is the Badlands, which is normally lawlessness and as far as those of Solanel are concerned, an area of lawlessness and horribleness and where boogeymen go to live and all that kind of stuff.
I guess
Mentality?
Kai will probably try to advocate that. He will basically state, so here's the thing, like, I have some idea of what to expect, at least to some degree, with the tribes of Kaltoris. I have no idea.
Ludama's perspective is that, yes, they need to go to the Silver Tower, but she gets the sense that Jaren was sent to his doom, meaning the likelihood of him being alive is very small. So she's open to tracking down the actual slavers and saving those who are likely to be alive first.
So you're saying you're kind of leaning more towards the tribes of Kaltoris, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go either way.
As will Fuilon.
Again, yeah, Kai is just kind of like, I have some idea of what to expect. I have no idea what to expect from the Silver Tower. Let's start with the devil we know.
Okay.
Or have a hint about, at least.
Or at least have a vague suggestion about. A faint whisper, if you will.
Okay. And so it takes maybe a week's worth of travel then. Going that route, you do see some very interesting some very interesting scenery and I mean, it's kind of a kaleidoscope of different regions or whatnot. Every once in a while, you do see, and there are times where like Fuelin and Fenrir are sort of drop down to go do their hunting and whatnot, which you're usually able to chase down some sort of, like deer or large
Something.
bird that needs to be eaten, whatever.
Sure. We're probably trying at least a little bit to bring back like pelts or bones or something that could potentially be used to create something or sell for extra pocket change.
And you're able to go ahead and make go and make a survival roll.
18.
Okay. Actually, you are able to harvest several hides. We'll say that are. You're able to preserve them enough that if you're able to get them to a tanner, they could be kind of cured properly. But you're able to more or less kind of preserve them for now, so they won't necessarily go bad on there, provided it doesn't take too terribly long.
Sure.
There's not really a tanning facility on the manor in the inn, nor would they really necessarily want.
Right.
Smells.
That would be stinky.
I imagine it's a process that Fuelon has kind of done before. Like, he hunts something for his food, but then gets the hides, gets antlers. It just keeps them in a preserved enough way so that the next time he's somewhere, he can get it all tanned.
Sure. Well, and I forget, do you have a bag of holding?
I do.
So I believe that stuff is more or less stays preserved in there. You may want to double check that, but given
That's
that
a good
it's
point.
an extra-dimensional space, it might preserve it a bit.
Kai will actively seek out things like carpentry things that need fixing in the inn and fix them.
And there are things that definitely do need to be fixed from time to time, because
I imagine the shifting weight alone would cause enough stress that things need to be fixed.
Right. Well, and you notice that they do. They have some unique architecture, so to speak, as far as to keep some of that from going in. And you're guessing there's also some magic involved in some of that, but a lot of the more wooden components, they do require. I mean, there's still plenty of stuff that needs repair from every now and then.
I realized this before. I didn't actually said it in my head. I didn't say it out loud. Kai's going while we were shopping back in town. He's going to re-up. He's going to get a bunch of like carpentry supplies so he can do these things.
Okay, I think they've got like carpentry tools or something.
Yep, they do. They do.
So sure,
Tink will sketch up some designs for Alisaria, and once we've got some approval on something, we'll get to work.
And she is very interested in doing kind of a matching, I think, necklace set, I think would be for her and William, so.
Love that.
Oh, and in his spare time, Kai is actively seeking out and getting to know Alisaria as he works through what he now realizes is a prejudice.
Well, and here's the deal with some of the carpentry stuff, especially if you have to kind of go sort of below the manor house, so to speak, for certain areas.
Yep.
She is definitely able to assist with some of that, which does help towards having those moments to kind of get to know each other.
Gotcha. Awesome. I love that for
Udema
us.
spends time where she can creating glassware,
Okay.
matching sets. So
And they do have a so Ledema, they actually set up a so you're kind of set up in the kitchen, but there's sort of for lack of a better term, sort of a spare oven that they're not kind of currently using that you're able to kind of use to your
yeah, I just removed the grate so I can do the fire directly. Yeah.
yeah, and so you already have your glass making tools, so you've got what you need. I mean, as far as that goes, and are able to definitely make some interesting designs. So
Plus, whatever glassware gets broken in the day-to-day, I just convert and use.
that's fair. Yeah. Well, and I suppose I have no idea what actually goes into glass making, but I've seen videos. But I imagine you're able to manipulate things and get things not so much repaired necessarily, but remade, for lack of a better term.
Remade.
And they are definitely appreciative of your efforts. Actually, they both Rilia and Alisaria are pretty happy as far as that goes. With the glassware, granted, you see they have some. You notice this ain't their first rodeo, so they do have some crates that are like felt line that they'll store the glasses. But is that for Saral or is that?
No, that's responding to my daughter where I had to go run off to figure out where she was.
I see. Gotcha.
Girls with cool.
That being said, you get to the point after about a week's worth of travel, with everybody kind of doing their things and hand in hand. At one point, you do hear probably one of the evenings a loud roar, and everyone feels a little bit of a disturbance as something seems to be attacking Luna, but for those that aren't necessarily quick with flying or make a great fall without hurting themselves, eventually find that whatever some fairly large lizard-like creature with big, thick, meaty back legs and a voracious jaw, razor sharp jowls, but tiny kind of forearms. Has indeed kind of bit. So you see, like on one of the Luna's legs, there are some bite marks and whatnot, and some ichor kind of oozing out a little bit. But you see ultimately that the creature is the lizard creature is there, kind of dead, and you see the spider starts wrapping it up.
Gonna eat herself a T-Rex.
But Eckers, with your healing ability, are able to help heal the wounds, as it were.
And Sorrel, probably because she can fly, would have flown out, seen the scary lizard thing, and probably zapped it once, just for a good measure to help.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is any of those that were able to probably get there quickly. So like Sorrel, definitely with your flight and whatnot, I imagine would have helped with that as well.
I mean, Kai fully just jumps off the side of the spider and go fucks up their day. So
You're not immortal.
Tink would also
that's
jump
probably
off
also
the
what
spider.
Quaylon does.
Yeah, Tink would also jump off the spider, but I don't take damage.
I mean, I would
Heal them from the fall damage.
I would battle trance on the way down, and I would definitely try to aim for the T-Rex as I was falling. So
Yeah.
just Quaylon and Kai just wham wham right on top of the goddamn T-Rex.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
All of that tracks.
And
all
then
of that.
feathers.
And then feathers.
It's fine.
And Sorrel, when it's all done, looks at them who leapt off the spider and just goes, "You two are idiots," and flies back up.
Some of us can't fly.
I look sadly at my hands that are decidedly not wings. Thanks, Kai.
Sorry.
I mean, it's not like he necessarily made the race. As far as we know. Because I don't know.
Canonically, no, he did not.
Feels
So,
like more of a Minotaur thing.
But after
they were
the
living in
week's
great
travel,
gods.
you get to the stopping point where you do see you are definitely starting to skirt an area that looks a lot more arid. As far as Luna and the spider goes, they're still staying in kind of the sort of, I guess, the semi-arid part where you still see there's like some plant life and shrubbery, but you do see there is as you look further south, there is definitely some dunes and whatnot. It is also a little bit on the colder side, as I'm kind of imagining this, since the Badlands is more of a southern continent and kind of, for lack of a better term, I envision it as sort of like Asia, but part of it centered on the South Pole, at least from what was described. So it's a fairly large landmass. I mean to say that Asia's fairly large, but you know what I mean. So I imagine this deserty area that you're seeing is probably more like the Gobi Desert, where it's actually really cold in general, but it's still a desert. So probably a lot of similarities to that if you wanted to give it a real world analog. But you do see the both Rilia and Alisaria is like, well, this is, I believe, probably the closest that we can get to the tribal area of Kaltor's. We have a couple of I guess you could say, stops or deliveries to be made. I don't know exactly exactly how deep into the desert the ruins that they're inhabiting are, but if you'd like, we'd be willing to take a slight detour to maybe meet back here and stay a week.
That seems like a wise plan. During this week of travel, I've also been training Cross a little bit.
Okay.
Again, kind of along the lines of that civic duty conversation, and he doesn't full out, like... He doesn't name Zeratsu, but all of the things that he's espousing are very much the tenets of Zeratsu.
Okay.
And so he turns to Cross at one point, and he kind of puts a hand on his shoulder, and he says, I have a very important job for you. While we are gone, you need to stay here and act as our liaison in our stead. You need to assist around the inn. You need to stay out of the proprietor's way, and you need to help wherever possible. And if needed, protect Luna and the people inside. Can you do that for me?
I think so.
Good.
I do have a question, though. I don't really understand what the word liaison means, but the rest of it more or less makes sense.
You are going to be the person who represents us while we're gone.
Oh, okay. I will, yes, sir.
Good. Kind of claps him on the shoulder and then departs.
Okay.
This is also going to be entirely fluff, but I completely forgot that I could do this, and I love it so dearly already. Wayland has probably also been using his Speak with Animals ability to, like, introduce himself and chat with Luna as we've been
Nice!
around with them.
Okay.
Love that.
I love that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Love that
And
for you.
here's-
No.
And here's the thing, Luna, actually, let me look at her stats real quick, because I forget how smart she is, to be honest. And I feel I should know this. Oh, 5 intelligence, okay, not horrible. So, Luna's a little bit surprised at first, just because someone is talking to her.
Sure.
But tends to warm over that pretty quickly. You get kind of this, for lack of a better term, you get kind of this sense, personality-wise, that Luna's very if I were to boil it down to a phrase, she's kind of a little bit hippie-esque. Very
Okay.
happy-go-lucky.
I love
for the
this.
most part. She tends to have a lot of love for Rilia and Alsaria. Kind of thinks of them as sort of their mom, or her mom, Luna's mom, so to speak.
Sure.
But
That's adorable.
and definitely very affectionate there in terms of that regards. But seems pleasant enough. Just kind of like there are times where it is the spider equivalent of just hearing her sort of just hum to herself. for
Sure.
lack of a better term. And like even sometimes when you're having a conversation, like you'll have a little bit of a conversation, but then so just kind of actually you know what? It's even better than the hippie mentality. I'd say it's Dory. It's like freaking Dory.
That's adorable.
Sort of that
Just keep
happy-go-lucky,
spinning,
but
just keep
still a little like
spinning,
absent-minded.
spinning.
But totally like now I'm seeing it. It's totally that sort of Dory.
There is a
person.
magical place where you can be anywhere.
So at any rate, but seems nice enough.
That's not one of my sound effects.
Sure. Yeah, he introduces himself at first, like, hey, Wayland, we'll be traveling with / on you. Nice to meet you. Hopefully we can all get along. periodically asking, like, hey, what did that giant lizard taste like? Was it good? I'm kind of curious. Just kind of general chit-chat like that.
Oh, sure. Well, and I imagine with the course of conversation, you kind of explained you and Fenrir a little bit too, which at least makes her more aware of not necessarily wanting to go with her instincts of trying to eat things. But she's very impressed at how fast you guys are, and there are many times where she's like, and there's so many times where I want to run after you because it looks like you're having so much fun, but I know moms wouldn't want that. So but I really like so want to. That it looks like you guys are having so much fun and so much fun. Anyway, so much fun. Yeah, totally fun.
At that point, Foylan would probably try to, like, negotiate and talk with him, like, so, Luna really seems to want to hunt now and then. Would there be a good time for Luna to join us? It would not, interrupt your daily operations.
Oh god. A sprinting spider on a hunt.
They'll have to work out the details with that, because they have kind of trained Luna to sort of stay, for the most part, to sort of stay fairly kind of peaceful movement, and like it
right.
Hunting, and God forbid the spider decides to leap on something. What that would do to the structures on top of the spider.
Right.
All of Kai's hard work.
Right.
Right. Right.
And all the glass work, even though it's well.
Undone in a single spider pounce.
Plus, like you guys do get kind of used to the gentle sway of being on the spider after a few days. Like it doesn't.
It's like being on a boat.
It much like being on a cruise ship where you do feel the kind of the bob and weave a little bit of the ocean, but usually it's not horrible. But if the weather gets bad, you get thrown all over the place. And you're guessing if Luna joined in, there'd be a lot more of the chaos and the crashing and the breaking and
Yeah.
But perhaps as they near their return, or after they potentially offload those that are currently there, they would be willing to negotiate something.
Give me a week to reinforce everything.
In the meantime, Foylan will probably be trying to get Fenrir to help just kind of, like, herd some of the prey at Luna a little bit more.
Oh,
kind
sure.
of trying to drive it to her to, like, stop. And, like, ambush, like, get her at least somewhat involved in the hunt.
Absolutely. Well, and for most things running around in the forest or whatever, they, unless Luna starts moving, they're like, okay, those are really furry tree trunks. Like, they don't necessarily...
Right, hard to see the spider for the trees.
Right.
Trees made of nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, you are... so you guys are able to get dropped off, for lack of a better term, and continue your way, I'm assuming, into the desert then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. May I ask, are you trying to be stealthy, or just trying to... I guess, how are you entering into the desert? Is there anything specifically that you're trying to do?
Kai's capacity for stealth is negligible, so I'm going to go with he's probably just walking with purpose in the direction that they're supposed to be going.
Okay.
Being as big and intimidating as he could possibly be.
not that it's not that it's gonna necessarily matter a whole lot, but if you were to have, say, a marching order.
I have concerns.
Yes.
What kind of say you're going from east to west.
Kai would go first.
That is a bad idea.
I would go first.
Yes.
Tink would try to get in front of Kai.
Huelon would probably try to get in front of both of them.
Sorrel would not, because she is squishy.
Tink has an 18 passive perception.
Actually, Huelon can move stealthily while moving at a normal pace, and he's got a pretty good normal pace, so he's probably like trying to act as scout and like ranging a little bit ahead, coming back, ranging a little bit ahead, coming back.
Alright, so I'm just gonna put Huelin sort of like that. So Tink, you're gonna try and be in front of Kai?
Yep.
Are you two walking then, as Kai notices this, are you two kind of walking abreast then, or are you...
I mean, I don't have Tink's speed. If Tink wants to be in front of me, Tink is going to be in front of me.
Yes.
Fair enough. So who would like to be...
Ekris will probably be taking up the rear because he has the slowest speed.
Okay.
I'll probably be right in front of Ekris.
Ludama will probably be like in the middle.
Or riding Fenrir, depending on the situation.
Ooh, serial riding Fenrir would be awesome.
Sorrel probably should ride Fenrir, because I think, doesn't Sorrel only have like a 20 walking speed?
Yeah.
Ekris is pretty slow too.
Okay.
Alright.
Furbolgs do not get a great speed.
We'll say for now, we'll say Sorrel is probably riding on Fenrir.
Oh, you know what? Screw it. And Kai is singing, not at top volume, but he's singing loudly to be heard.
Opposite of subtle.
He's not a subtle man. I don't know if you've noticed this.
What are you singing?
He is singing a very ancient draconic, ballad.
Okay.
He is not trained, but he's got a fair amount of raw talent, and he can carry a tune in a bucket, but that's about the extent of it.
Tink tries to move up as to put more distance between himself and Kai.
Okay, so you want to be kind of...
I would like to be closer to Fuelon.
Alright.
Because Kai is drawing an awful lot of attention.
So tell you what, I'll just do like that. This is not by any means a... This is just more for visual reference.
Sure.
You're not actually all those distances. I'm just to give us an idea that you and Fuelon are kind of ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm actually gonna say that. So Tink, what is your passive perception again?
18. I would be very much anxiously keeping an eye out, especially with Kai's singing at the top of his lungs.
I'm not singing at the top of my lungs.
Singing loudly with a voice that carries like thunder.
Damn, Skippy.
And I got the impression this desert isn't exactly a wooded desert. Or,
It's not a what?
Like, not full of plant life.
No, you find
Or
as
the
you...
candy kind.
You find as you go deeper in, it's more of the sand dunes and kind of some rugged, as some of the sand shifts, some rugged kind of rocky outcroppings. But definitely not, think more like what you think of the Sahara or whatever, except, again, As far as an Earth analog, I'd say more like the Gobi Desert, where it's chillier by far, but it is still desert and lots of sand. All the
Yeah,
sand.
no hiding anyway.
That's why he's not really bothering.
So, Tink, then, well, and Fuelan, what is your passive perception?
11.
Okay. So, Tink, you do notice it, I think, first. And granted, there is a breeze, like, you do see sand shifting, like, you know, it is sort of a sea of sand as far as what you're visually, so, but you see some movement of shifting of the sand that definitely doesn't look as natural as you would think it is, and it kind of causes your brain to kind of, wait a second, and you see two forms rise out of the, kind of, almost like they were buried in the sand a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Two massive forms rise out, each easily 20 feet tall, you're guessing. You know, their legs are probably as big around as Kai.
Awesome. Tink shouts again in that guttural dwarven voice, "We've got company!" And we'll get ready to try not to die.
Okay.
Not dying is good. Because then the guy who takes the heads gets you, and that's not good.
You know, just for the, I don't know what's necessarily going to happen here, and I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be combat, but let's go ahead and roll initiative, just so that if shit happens, and I'm not saying it, but if shit happens, well, that's great for Fenrir. And I say that sarcastically, Fenrir, oh shit. And then, Phoenix, would you be kind enough to keep track of initiative for us?
Sure, yeah.
A's.
Okay, what the heck just happened? Sorry. Alright. 25 to 20.
Oh, 20, dirty.
Dirty 20 for Kai. Tink's got a 22. What's your mod?
Ekris also had a dirty 20 with a +3.
Okay, 20 for Ekris is a +3. 22 for Tink was a +4. 20 to 15. 15 to 10.
Fuelan got a 12 with a +2.
And the Giants got a 10.
Okay. 10 to 5.
Fenrir got a 5 with a plus.
I am missing Saral and Ludema.
Yeah, that's because I rolled a 1 and I have a +2, so my initiative is a 3.
Excellent.
Mine is a 16. I have a +4.
Okay. I've got everybody right. Plus the Giants. Yeah. Okay. So Tink is at the top of the round. But you said we're not necessarily fighting, so is there something else, or is it just whatever
Well, so
we do?
They do rise out of the ground, And you see each of them is carrying in one hand they are carrying a large spear. And actually probably in a bundle in their other hand they have like maybe 3 or 4 more spears wrapped together. They are wearing, I guess they're not like your typical hill giant that are wearing like furs and kind of looking very barbarian-esque in that regards. These giants do tend to wear, actually it almost is like a little bit more like what you'd expect a regular person to kind of wear. Like they're wearing kind of a loose fitting like a cloth breeches or leggings and not leggings, not like tights leggings, but like kind of like trousers kind of and they have like a bit of a robe, almost leaning a little bit more Bedouin-esque kind of.
Tank will. How far away are they?
From you and I'd say Quaylin, I'm going to say they're about maybe about 40 feet away.
Okay. I will stop where I'm at, and I will just take the dodge action as my action. Like, I'm not going to do anything aggressive, but just be prepared for, spears to be hurled at me.
Okay.
After Tank, it is really difficult to do this with only one screen. After Tank is Kai with Ekris on deck.
I think actually Ekris goes first because his.
Sorry, you're right. After Tank is Ekris with Kai on deck. I didn't switch those around.
So Ekris, you did hear Tank's warning. I'm gonna say the main party is maybe probably like another 40 feet, give or take, back from kind of where Tink and Quaylin are. So
Okay.
You're probably about 80-ish away from the giants. That being said, now that they've kind of stood up and are out of their cover, you can see them even from back where you're at very easily.
Okay, yeah, that was my operative question: is am I aware of their presence?
Everybody is aware of their presence.
All right. I just want a quick look, see what I want to do. So I am going to cast Longstrider on myself.
Okay.
So I can actually keep up with everyone.
Okay.
And then I will move up to move forward to, let me get back to the screen, I had to switch over to like behind where the front line currently is.
So you're gonna move up to where like Tink and Quaylin are?
Yeah, but behind them, yeah.
Okay.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to activate my spirit totem, the totem of the unicorn. And I'm gonna try to place it like dead center between us and the... Sorry, I'm not going to put it because they're going to maybe interpret that as a hostile move. I'll put it like on us because I can move it as a bonus action. So I'm going to put it on us for now.
Okay.
Kind of centered on, I guess, this kind of clustering of the three of us.
It is now my headcanon that every time Ekris activates the unicorn spirit totem, the opening sequence from My Little Pony plays.
Yeah, sounds about right. That's kind of his speed too. He would like My Little Pony if it existed.
Here
And
for
that
it.
will conclude Ekris's turn for that'll conclude his turn.
After Ekris is Kai with Saral on deck.
Okay. Kai doesn't break stride. He just he will kind of adjust so that he's now moving directly towards the giants, and he will kind of sidle up to Fuelan and Tank, kind of abreast as opposed to behind.
Sure.
And he will call in common. Greetings. We would speak with you if you would speak with us. And I will hold an action. And that action will be to... Well, they've got spears. I will also take the dodge action.
Okay.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Saral with Fuelan on deck.
Roll casts mage armor on herself.
I imagine you probably did that in the morning.
It
How long does it last? Is it
8 hours.
it does last for 8 hours, so I suppose I would have done that before we would have gone on the adventure. So I forgot that it isn't doing.
Nope.
Whoa.
Yep.
all good.
Woad is different, Pathfinder is different, but yeah.
I think it was for a scene kind of thing when I do stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good.
So never mind. I already have that cast upon me. I guess. Yes. I guess I will stay on Fenrir for now and ready to cast Firebolt if the need arises.
Sure.
Fuelan with the giants on deck.
I think Fuelan is going to shift back to his human form, kind of ready his axe just in case, but he is also going to take the dodge action.
Okay.
It's got a row of dodgers right there.
Tis the giants then with Fenrir on deck.
So the giants look at each other for a moment, and then and you see one of them. They talk with each other for a moment. Then one of them approaches and just kind of slams its spear into the into the dirt. Which you're realizing now that and it probably stops me, it moves up to, so it's maybe like 20 feet away or whatnot. You realize that, the spear has, the shaft of the spear probably has a good like 3-inch diameter hole, like it's pretty big, but kind of slams it into the ground and kind of sets down the bundle of spears. Well, actually holds on to the bundle of spears, but it's not really in like a threatening manner or anything, just kind of off to its side. It's like, and says something in giant. Does anyone here speak giant?
Ekris does.
Yay!
God, because fuck.
Did we freeze?
I don't think
Do
so.
you hear,
Okay.
no, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think of what I want to say.
Gotcha.
Do you, and so it says in giant, do you travel with many slaves, Runt. Although you seem well armed. What is your purpose here?
Is that directed at me?
Yeah.
Do you speak giant?
I don't.
Ekris will translate, but he will say everything that the giants say, just with way more stutters in his speech.
Okay.
Can you translate for me, Ekris?
Indeed. Strangely enough, oh god, cats are fighting. Strangely enough, all right, hold on one second. Strangely enough, he does not stutter at all when he is speaking in giant.
Are we out of initiative for the time being, or are we sticking to it?
We can be...
Fast and
if
loose?
we need initiative, we can do initiative, but so far... there isn't anything that's going to necessarily cause combat as of yet, but we'll have it on deck in case things go south. Because who knows?
Kai pauses a moment and then responds, "We come from a place where slaves are unnecessary. These are my friends. We do not seek violence. However, we are seeking the ruins of," and he says the name of the ruins.
Where are you from, Runt?
Have you heard of...
Translates,
Okay.
but skips the grunt part, or runs part.
We come from a place called Sulanel. It's to the north.
And they ask a couple clarifying questions, and they mention a couple of locales that you've never heard of necessarily, but eventually you're able to communicate enough to realize, to make them understand that when you mean north, you mean not in the Badlands north.
Yes.
It takes a little bit, but just to kind of fast forward a little bit.
Sure.
With that being said, once they kind of recognize that, they then kind of go, "And why is it you seek Kaltoris?"
It seems you have taken the wrong person's slave. We wish to retrieve them.
And they seem a little bit confused about that, but they're like, and they kind of look at each other and they're like, "Well then, I don't know why your meaning is confusing, but maybe it's because you are from up north." We will escort you to Kaltoris where you can speak to the tribe leaders.
That is all I ask. Thank you.
Keep your slaves close though, or they may be poached.
I pity the individual that attempts to poach any of them.
So with that, they do escort you to what appears to be a fairly large set of ruins. In fact, it may have even at some point in time been like a city or something. And you see that there are like all sorts of. It looks like wooden scaffolding and things of that nature that are set up where it looks like several beings are working to even repair some of the said ruins. That being said, though, it is kind of an interesting dichotomy, because even if they're trying to repair some of these ruins, which are definitely like old ruins that have seen a lot of wear and tear from the sands of time and all that. So like even some of the quote-unquote streets still have big dunes of sand drifting across them, and it looks like in some cases they're sacrificing some maybe smaller buildings to get blocks that'll work for the bigger buildings or whatever. You do see that there are a plethora of what appear to be different folk from the region that are currently working on it. You do see some giants kind of idly sort of sitting by talking to each other and making some comments and sort of keeping an eye on their workforce. But ultimately you are brought forth to a building that looks like it's worn actually fairly well. It's a kind of an oval-ish looking building, in fact. And you do hear some roars, some big, deep, basso profundo roars of, you're guessing, some more giants roaring and whatnot. But you see you're kind of brought in and go up a set of stairs where you see it looks like there is an arena of sorts, or a coliseum, if you would, that in the stands, so to speak, there are several giants. Some with the more burnished skin, like the ones that you met. Some that are, you're guessing, more like what you would, most people would kind of say would be their atypical sort of hill giant kind of giant, what you'd be used to. But you see there are probably 50 or 60 of them.
Jesus.
And they are currently cheering and whatnot, as you see they are watching what looks to be a battle within inside the arena, and you see that there are two humanoids currently battling it out. You see it looks like maybe like a half-elven woman that's kind of wielding two kind of short swords in a very kind of dual-wieldy style, and seems to be fighting another individual. Also a woman with kind of black horns coming off of kind of where her temples would be, and bluish skin.
God damn you.
Kind of sharp, pointy ears, and seems to be kind of blocking and parrying moves as best she can. Although you see there are a few cuts on her body from different blows, but you see as the half-elven woman kind of goes in for a lunge, kind of a lunge, but you can tell, especially Tink, well, those of you that have more combative training, kind of goes in for a thrust, but has their arm down to kind of come in with an underhanded cut. You see the tiefling seems to kind of pirouette around the blade, but then actually bring their elbow in to block the other, what would have been the other blade, and then proceeds to kind of grab him by the neck and throw the elven woman over their shoulder, and see you see the tiefling woman then kind of look up at the crowd, and you see the one giant in particular that is sitting on what looks like a throne of some kind built out of the stone. Kind of stands up and basically yells something, and you see the tiefling woman. I mean, you can't really hear what she's saying over the roar of the crowd, but looks a little hesitant, but then says something, and then you see just kind of stomps down with her foot, and you're guessing breaks the neck of the half of a woman.
Tink reaches over and like grabs at Ludema's arm.
Primarily because Ludema's readying a fireball. She understands this is a gladiator fight among slaves, and she wants to stop it now.
Is this your
And
friend?
as the giant that was standing on the throne kind of stands up and starts to kind of wave everybody down and kind of says something, and you see there's and kind of gestures towards, you see one giant that stays standing, and then gestures towards another giant that stays standing, and kind of starts describing something in detail. Eckers, from what you can tell, the battle was being fought as kind of a proxy over some sort of argument regarding some sort of offense, and that the offense is the issue has been resolved, and they kind of and you can tell the person that lost kind of begrudgingly nods and sits down, and you see the other one kind of just stands there smugly for a moment before sitting down, and then you see this leader is kind of giving orders, and is talking and talking about things. Kai, as you take this in and kind of see what's going on, and like for some of you, obviously, Tink, there's the terror of seeing your friend, who is definitely injured and not doing great, but happened to survive this round. As you can see, they're being let off into the depths of the arena. But Kai, you're you almost feel like this invisible pulse, for lack of a better term. It's not so much a pulse of like a wave pushing against you, but almost like this odd feeling being sort of drawn to you, or drawing you and your attention to. At first, you think it's to this giant chieftain leader type person that's on this big throne, but then you realize as your attention is drawn further, it seems to be drawn not to that person, but to the throne itself. And it's an odd sensation. It's both extremely strange yet kind of that dichotomy where it's also oddly familiar. And but you can't quite place it. But as you're sitting there kind of being drawn towards this, you hear above the din of all these giants yelling and screaming and cheering and whatever, almost as if everything else kind of goes to a little kind of like the sound around you, kind of that very West Side Story-esque, where it all sort of kind of dims around you a little bit. You hear this woman's laughter. And since it's 2:45, we'll end it there.
Great.
What?
Oh, good. Mysterious cackling, possibly most likely evil person. Great.
That's gonna end well.
So,
Oh.
because I realized, like, yeah, we're doing normal, we're doing great for time, and then I'm like, oh, right, but we started at 11, so technically we've been running for a while, so I'm like,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
gotta keep that in mind. So, we'll stop there for now.
That's a good stopping point.
It's a good stopping point, and,
Nice and creepy.
is
Okay.
there anything we need to report in, or before we
Yes, there's just a couple of things I want to go over. We are back to a semi-regular stream. Obviously, life is going to happen, so just pay attention to Discord and or socials as events warrant. But for the most part, we're going to be back to every other Saturday and every other Sunday on the same weekends. Tomorrow we will be streaming the Berazaya Argia Chronicles on this channel. However, that is not going to be starting until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow because of certain life events that are happening during the course of the day. We did manage to work it out with all of the players to play later in the day, so come join us for that. Otherwise, go check out Seven Tail Fox, T-A-L-E Fox. That is Kit's, who plays Fluffy's stream. He's been doing a lot of really cool gaming stuff. You want to give him your pitch?
I am Kit the Seven-Tailed Fox. I like to play video games that have good stories or that we can make good stories in on my stream. We've been playing a lot of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, Borderlands with D&D. It's fantastic. I will probably be very, very fun. I will probably be streaming some Sea of Thieves later today because they've got their special event going on. So feel free to come on by, share a story, have some fun. We'd love to see you there.
I will be starting to play Tiny Tina's in the next week or so, so I'm very excited.
Yes.
It is so much fun. I've had the pleasure of getting to stream with Kit
Awesome.
while playing Tiny Tina's. It's wonderful. And one day I will have a streaming channel, but for now I just keep piggybacking on my friends' wonderful channels like this one and Seven Tail Foxes. So all shows
also,
up in other spaces.
If you haven't already, go check out our friend Epic_Realms. Nick is a good guy. He does a lot of interviews. He does a lot of stream raiders. He does some gaming, but mostly just runs. Like, he doesn't usually run the games. He usually is running the stream. But yeah, so go check him out. I think that is all of the shilling that I'm going to do for right now. Lou Damon. Do that one.
Yeah, yep. Sorry.
Chronically Witchy podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. We're a little bit irregular at the moment because, well, chronically witchy, we're 3 chronically ill witches. So we try to do Tuesdays at 4, but you know, life happens. We missed the past 2 weeks because, well, first it was my uterus, then it was Sarah's uterus, and I think next week. Not this week. We might actually have a podcast this week, but I think the week following it's going to be Amanda's uterus. So, but yeah, tune in for a rambling podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, and on that note, hopefully we will see you all tomorrow. I am going to go to our thank you for watching stream, but then I think we're going to raid a friend of mine, Geek Girl Lissa. She has been doing a lot of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands of late, and I think she's still streaming. So we should go check her out. Say hi, tell her I sent you, all of that fun stuff. So stick around for a minute.